All right. So our attorney should be on the way, the council person. Okay, so we're going to call the meeting to order. The special council meeting for Monday, November 10th, 2025 is called to order at 7:20 p.m. Let's have a moment of silent meditation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Give a special shout out to all of our veterans who may be in the audience. Tomorrow is Veterans Day. Madam Clerk, may I please have a roll call?
Roll call, Mayor Nickerson.
Here.
Vice Mayor Martin.
Present.
Councilperson Erbaum.
Present.
Councilperson Lightfoot Ward is on the way. Councilperson Winters.
Here.
Also present for the record, Janice Jacoby, Village Clerk, Christie, I'm so sorry. Joseph Geller is on the way, and we also have the CFO present.
Thank you very much. Moving on to approve the agenda. I just want to flip G1 and F1, you guys. We're going to do the village manager position first. If nobody has any objections, do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Vice Mayor Martin, second by Councilperson Winters. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Hearing none. Next is good and welfare. Everybody will have their 3 minutes to talk for each item. But if you guys want to come up and say anything right now, feel free to do so, and you have 3 minutes. Name, address for the record. You can come up and talk about anything on the agenda.
Regarding, this is good and welfare, so not necessarily on the agenda. But in the last few meetings, we've heard of
Hello?
It likes her better. There were a couple things spoken about in the last couple meetings, and I guess I'm just going to use this time to follow up. I encourage the mayor and council to look into legal remedies regarding how we may protect ourselves in light of the news that the Cavista building is now going to be operating under the terms of Live Local. Obviously, that is a dominant piece of legislation that does term out in 2027, I believe in the fall. So in that time, I'm hoping that we can look to any means by which we can protect ourselves from foreseeable drains on our resources and impacts on public safety. Secondly, I'm going to encourage the mayor and the council to put on the agenda a meeting regarding, as was told to us at a certain point, that we would have a special budget meeting, which is important in and of itself, but is especially important if we end up spending another $200,000 or however much more due to any upcoming other agenda items or emergencies that may happen. I think I'm just going to leave it at that for now because I'm going to speak about a couple of the agenda items. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else good in welfare while we wait?
Greg Steer, 120 Northwest 86th Street. So as we continue to go round and round about the roundabout, there's a couple of things we're not talking about, one of which is the budget, again, which has been quietly swept under the rug. $5.5 million. We were promised another meeting to review the final version and possibly make revisions, and that has not happened. The only other thing I wanted to bring up was Adam Newman. So Adam Newman of WeWork and Flow was a guest speaker at the Miami Business Forum last week, which I attended, where he publicly thanked 3 people for his success in Miami, one of which was the mayor of Miami, and there was the Aventura mayor, and then, lo and behold, there was the El Portal mayor, who he thanked in front of thousands of people. And I was wondering why he would be thanking the mayor. Usually you thank someone when they've done something good for you, but what we've been told is that nothing has transpired, nothing's been presented, nothing has been planned, so why is he thanking the mayor? Adam Newman is potentially going to double the population of El Portal. He wants to build more than 2,000 apartments, 200,000 square feet of retail, and 1 million square feet of office space. That's roughly the equivalent of 15 football fields. Don't we have the right to know who is talking to him or his people? Which council members are involved? What meetings have already taken place? What, if anything, has been promised or agreed upon? I looked back at all the planning and zoning meeting agendas for the past year. There's nothing in there about either the Raider Church project or the Little Farm project. So once again, the residents are left in the dark. By the way, Adam Newman doesn't have the greatest track record or a stellar reputation. In fact, his WeWork IPO failed in 2019. Thousands of people lost their jobs. Investors lost billions of dollars. Adam Newman was forced out of the company, but not before he received a payout of $700 million. Meanwhile, the company went from $48 billion valuation to $8 billion in 1 week, and then to zero when they declared Chapter 11 in 2023. So you talk about accountability, you talk about transparency. Now you have an opportunity to prove it. Tell us about Adam Newman's plans. Thank you.
Anyone else good in welfare?
Good evening. Noel Pace, 206 Northwest 91st Street. Hey, I just, in terms of being reasonable, and I know there's a lot going on, and I know you're trying to schedule meetings and so on, but tonight is a very important meeting, not only about the village manager position, but also to talk about increasing the budget to cover cost for the West Side Roundabout, but then also, more importantly, again, we haven't even heard about, the budget and what the plan is there. But you guys are the council. And we talked, I mentioned this to you guys last time. I mean, you guys need to, hopefully, I appreciate that we scheduled this meeting tonight for the attorney who's coming in now. But come on, like there's not enough notice here. A lot of people in this town were have tomorrow's a national holiday. Hey, I'm a guest speaker at the Miami Beach Veterans Day Parade. I'm still trying to pull my uniform together. And hey, I got called over here to come to this. So please, let's plan our work and then work the plan. I know you guys can do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else good in welfare?
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, council. My name is Ian McKenzie, 8950 Northeast 4th Avenue. I just want to echo some of the sentiments that people have mentioned about the traffic circle. So far now we're being, we have a $167,000 roughly increase to this project. Our budget for this year was passed, but it was on a contingency that it would be adjusted because we're in the deficit right now if we proceed with all the plans, and therefore we need to make sure there are cuts made. We haven't decided on where the cuts are going to be. It has not been presented yet to anybody. So any increase in spending, I urge you, council, to defer from tonight and wait till a budget proposal is prepared properly, so that way you can give an informed decision on what you want to do, where the cuts are going to come from, where the increased revenue is going to come from, if it's going to be coming through. But we have to balance something at the end. We can't be in a deficit all the time. And we're lucky we didn't have a hurricane this year, so but we need reserves for hurricane, tree trimming, and those type of infrastructural things that benefit everybody in this community. So I just want to make sure that, everybody understands that this is a critical factor, and I urge you to defray from passing any sort of things you might regret later on until you have a full budget ahead of you to make an informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else good in welfare?
Hello, everybody. It's good to see everybody here. Good to see the council, Mr. Mayor. So I sent the council and the mayor and the city attorney an email this week, and I do appreciate some of you guys acknowledging it. And I just wanted to share my email with the people that come in here. I don't know if you all agree with me or don't agree with me, but I do talk to a lot of residents who don't attend these meetings. And I do that because I know that the people that are here care, and it doesn't mean that the people that aren't here don't care. They're just not involved in the politics of what goes on day to day. So my thought process is we should change the charter altogether of how El Portal works and look to put on the agenda a mayor-strong system. The El Portal was once run on a mayor-strong system, and it changed. I don't know the year that it changed, but it did change at one point. I think part of my feeling on this is just it's very disheartening to watch this process take place, and I feel like within just 1 week, we've gone from hearing that there were 2 potential candidates for city manager to now having 5, maybe even 6. Last week, we watched the clerk say there were 2, followed by a debate suggesting that there might be more. It's hard for me and other residents to have confidence in a process that shifts this quickly. And ultimately, the person chosen for city manager will be entrusted with shaping the village's direction, even more so than the elected officials themselves. And to me, that makes no sense. Most residents that I talk to that don't come to these meetings don't realize that the city manager is responsible for the majority of issues that frustrate them. Easily, 90% of those problems. Yet time after time, our mayor is blamed for problems that fall squarely under the city manager's control. So, I'm not gonna read the entire email, but my thought process is let the residents vote on whether they agree or disagree that it should be a mayor-strong system. It doesn't mean that we should eliminate the city manager position. It just means that we, redictate how the government structure works. Because I feel like when you look at accountability, why not vote out someone that's not doing the job versus having no say? I cannot eliminate the city manager. I have to rely on the council to vote whether they're going to eliminate a city manager that's not doing a good job. I want to be able to vote and decide whether the mayor is the person that I elected can do the job or not do the job. And so the way this works is that the mayor says, hey, can the council vote on it? If the council, by majority, says we can put it on the ballot for 2026, we can go in and say whether we want it or not. If 60% of the people say, yeah, we want a mayor-strong system, it changes. That's it. If 50% vote on it, then it doesn't, and everything stays its course and runs the way that it's currently running. But to me, like to put so much power and weight on a position that the residents have no control over doesn't make sense. And so, I think it would be smart to go back to an old system that worked and have an elected government, such as you folks and the mayor, run the village of El Portal. And if they can't do it, then we vote them out. Very simple. And you get more talented people. I mean, we're literally today and no disrespect to you guys, I'm sure y'all are super talented people, and we're all gonna hear about it, but I didn't vote for you. I don't know who you are. And this is such an important position. And once you're in, you know, the residents have no say, zero say. We're represented by the council, and hopefully the council is representing us, but we know that it doesn't always work that way, right? And so, and that happened last week when overwhelmingly the residents were against tearing down a 100-year-old property that shouldn't be tore down, and we're all up here saying, please don't do it, and it's happening, and it was voted for. So that just means that we're not being heard. So if the mayor has control over those situations, or control over Cavista or some of these other things that are happening, we can just vote them out. Very simple. So I would like to see for next meeting to have put on the agenda for the council to vote on whether or not we should get on the ballot a mayor strong system. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else good in welfare?
Good evening, Council. Louis Perella, 103 Northeast 89th Street. And to your point, that was one of the questions I just had for the council. If any of you personally know any of the applicants, or if they were referred by anybody, applicants for the village manager's position? No?
If you're asking, I personally do not know any of the candidates on a personal or professional level before contacting them or speaking with them tonight.
Okay. Sounds
Same
good.
for me as well. I don't know any of them.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, anyone was recommended to the village, or?
Yeah, well, let me just say first off, usually when we do good in welfare, it's public comment, and then it comes back to the council, and then the council responds. But no, I don't know anybody here.
Oh, okay. Okay. The rest of council, Mr. Winters, I guess he's busy.
I wasn't listening to you.
Okay.
Can you say it again?
No, I'm not gonna repeat my question,
All right, thank
but you've been noted.
Thank you. Right. Anybody else good in welfare, you guys?
I'm sorry, Mayor, because the question was brought up, and it's also an ethical question. You guys do have to disclose if any of you know any of the candidates in any business-related matter or any personal matter. It has to be disclosed for ethical purpose, since he did ask the question.
Again, I did ask him to repeat the question. He refused to do so. So, yes, I've met Mr. Hector Roos before, and I met David Roseman briefly a few years ago when he was the manager here.
Yeah, it was not just appointed to you. I'm just saying if any business or any question, that was all.
Yeah. Yeah, like Mr. Roseman, he was a manager, but I don't, and at that time I was vice mayor, so I didn't work with him intimately, so.
Point of order.
Councilperson Lightfoot Ward, but we're still in good in welfare. Hold on, we're still, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward, can you wait 1 second? Let me just see if there's anybody else for good in welfare. 1 second. Is there anybody else for good in welfare? Okay. All right, good in welfare closed. Back to the council before we get to our first item. Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
My apologies for being a little bit late, but I can't drive right now. Everybody, thank you for your prayers for my surgery. I don't know where we are, so I'm just going to continue to listen. All right?
Okay, thank you very much. As we go into F, which is the village manager position, that's our new village manager position, let me just state for the record that, first of all, our last meeting, Madam Clerk, correct me if I'm wrong, was the 28th. It was Tuesday the 28th. This is the first meeting since then.
Correct.
We said in the meeting Tuesday the 28th that we will choose a date at a future meeting.
Correct.
Correct? We have a meeting next Tuesday, correct?
Correct.
Thank you very much. The budget is still going to be coming up. We're now out of time on the budget. This is the first meeting since the last time we had a meeting where we discussed that we would pick a date in the future. Okay. Secondly, In June, Madam Clerk, did I not become the president of the Miami-Dade County League of Cities?
Correct.
In June, Madam Clerk, is the Miami-Dade County League of Cities, does it not encompass every municipality in Miami-Dade County?
Correct.
All 34 municipalities, therefore I'm the president of all 34 municipalities within Miami-Dade County. I'm also on the executive board of the Aventura Marketing Council. I'm on the board of directors of the Aventura Chamber of Commerce. I'm on the board of directors of the Sunny Isles Beach Chamber of Commerce. I'm on the board of directors of the Chamber South, which is Homestead, Florida City, Pinecrest, Kendall, Palmetto Bay, Cutler Bay. I'm also, Madam Chair, on the executive board of the Hialeah Chamber of Commerce. Madam Chair, usually on the council meetings on the agenda, on the report, I have usually like 21, 25 things there for that month of meetings I've attended, correct?
Correct.
So I don't only do El Portal things, therefore all developers and people that I run across might be in my other capacities. So when I run across individuals and developers like Adam Newman, it's in many different capacities. He's built things in Aventura, as I just recently stated. I'm on the board of directors of the Aventura Chamber of Commerce. I'm on the executive board of the Aventura Marketing Council. I'm the president of the Miami-Dade County League of Cities, therefore the president of all Miami-Dade County. Thank you very much. Moving on to F1. This is the village manager position. Madam Clerk, if you want to kind of start us off with that.
Sure. I'm gonna go ahead and be in this part because they are gonna be voting members, and I want to disclose they have not been part of any of the questions that are gonna be asked. They're gonna receive it now, and you guys are gonna be asked. I'm not sure if the attorney wants to disclose anything before we start. Is there anything you would like to add or
We're at the village manager position.
worth noting?
The only thing I'll comment on is we've discussed previously, you know, in kind of an emergency situation at the previous meeting, you appointed the village clerk to be interim village manager. That's not tenable. I mean, in an emergency, we certainly couldn't have no manager, but either you pick an interim manager tonight, you're not picking permanent, picking an interim manager. If you do not pick an interim manager tonight, you need at least to pick an interim clerk to continue doing the duties of the clerk, because it really is not appropriate for someone to be holding both positions. For, you know, a week and a half, not such a critical issue, as opposed to having no one. But hopefully you will pick an interim manager tonight. If you do not, you must at least designate someone to be an interim clerk, so the clerk can, or your permanent clerk can focus on being interim manager. That's really my only comment.
Thank you very much. We have many individuals within the administration already that can fill in as interim clerk. I would suggest if we get to that point, I have all faith that we will pick a manager tonight. But if we get to that point, I think Mr. Perez, who's our administrative assistant, has worked amongst various departments and understands departments within El Portal. He's here every day, and I think he could fill in as interim clerk if we get to that position. But let's get on with the process of the village manager position.
So good evening. We will now begin the public interview for the position of municipal manager. The purpose of this process is to ensure transparency and allow the public to observe how candidates respond to questions related to leadership, management, and village operations. Each candidate will be asked the same set of standardized questions. Answers will be timed to ensure fairness. We kindly ask the public to hold all comments until the end, until that part of the meeting's end. Now for the candidates, thank you for being here today. You will have 2 minutes for your introduction, 3 minutes per question, and 2 minutes for closing remarks. If you need a question repeated, please let us know. This is the point where the candidates will be called one by one by their candidate number, and I ask for the rest of the candidates to please step to the room. The first candidate to be called is candidate number 1, and candidate number 1 is Hector Roos. Please stand podium.
Yes, go ahead. There you go.
giving time, or should I? Up to Mr.
No, wait for her to get back,
Okay.
and she's gonna start us up. Here she comes. There you go.
I will be passing on to each of you the set of questions so you guys can look at it. You also have the resumes of every individual that's here, so you also can be comparing and looking at it while while the questions are being asked.
Yep. I do have a question, Madam Clerk. Is there any point at which where we will have an opportunity to ask the candidate our individual questions?
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Rose. Am I pronouncing it correctly? Okay. So the first part of it is please introduce yourself, share a brief overview of your municipal or public sector experience, and explain why you're interested in serving as our village manager.
Okay. You're gonna
Introduce yourself.
Okay. Am I going to be timed?
Sorry.
Did you want to time me, or?
You can go ahead and start introducing yourself.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, for having me here tonight. Thank you to the mayor and council members. This is a special treat for me to be here with you. First of all, my name is Hector Roos. I'm a little bit of a different kind of candidate that you would expect here tonight. I'm probably the only one that does not have the formal city or municipal manager experience. What I do have is the 20 years of background in local and county government. I've actually worked in county government. I've currently advise a number of local governments, and I've been open, and that also includes in terms of procurement. And so I've seen the inside and the outside of government. I come at this with the eyes of a concerned person, and I've applied for this position because I believe that El Portal has a unique opportunity. It's small, but that doesn't mean it can't be great. It has a lot of resources in terms of natural resources that I love as well. I support green spaces and placemaking. In my heart, I believe that El Portal is a great place for people to actually raise families, start a life here. And I'm very surprised about one thing, is that El Portal has one of the highest home ownerships I've ever seen in Miami-Dade County. But the people aren't that involved. I see you here, but there's 2,000 residents in El Portal itself. And I think that's something that needs to, I think there's an opportunity to change the way government could operate in El Portal. In regards to, again, there's a staffing issue, right? We have our current clerk who's doing double duty right now because there's issues regarding staffing. And I want more people involved. That means setting up more advisory committees, allowing volunteers to participation, and addressing the staffing issue where we can, where it matters, with the residents, the people who are affected by the policies and the implementation thereof. So I'm very happy to be here. I'm also a licensed realtor and community association manager. I'm a property manager. So I've also have the understanding of how to look at budgets, services that go to residents. And $1 million budgets are not that are honestly not that far out of the scope of my involvement, because I have to judge every community when I want to tell somebody about real estate investment, or I want to tell somebody what's the value that is in a community. That's why I'm here today, because I believe that El Portal has a lot of value, and I want to be part of this. I believe there's something very special happening here with the leadership of Mayor Nickerson, and with the team he's assembled here with, and the membership, the council members that you've elected. And I'd be very proud to be part of this opportunity. First of all, I'm a servant. I'd be a servant to you. I would keep an open door policy, And I believe at the end of the day that the desires and of what you want to see El Portal become have to be on the consideration of whoever's managing this on a day-to-day. And I feel like I have the energy and the experience to do just that. And I appreciate your time, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
We haven't started yet with the questions. That was an introduction, and thank you for that.
For sure.
Okay, each candidate receives the same question in the same order. The time allowed is going to be 3 minutes, which that clock will start. This was just the introduction. So the first part is leadership and management. Describe a time you had to lead a municipality or a department through difficult changes such as budget cuts, staff restructuring, or a politically sensitive issue. How did you communicate the change, maintain staff morale, and ensure continuity of the service to the residents?
You know, thank you. Oh, okay. Through the mayor? And then, okay, right. So one of the most recent and poignant examples I've had in terms of performing watchdog duties had been something regarding the city of North Miami Beach. In fact, one of the people who had written a recommendation to me was the mayor of North Miami Beach, and what had happened was a former mayor there had been caught actually living outside the county, and it had been incumbent on the community to actually say something, and people asked me to help them because in my experience, I do get around through the entire county, in the state, there was an effort put together in order to say, well, what is right in this situation, right? The question of public trust is very, very important to me. And what ended up happening, of course, if you've noticed the news in there, the governor ended up suspending that mayor. The state attorney ended up charging the person with 3 felonies, and that person is now banned from ever serving in public office. Now, it's important to understand that local government decisions don't happen in a vacuum. So when someone decides to break the public trust, all sorts of things go haywire. And the example that you have to have a clean slate in order to start from there. So one of the things I've advised people in North Miami Beach, for instance, have been, well, you need to start fresh on the same side. And I will say I'm very happy that they actually have a Mr. Geller there as a city attorney, because you needed stability in that local government. And not to toot my own horn, but I would say that you have a great attorney here who can provide that type of service here as well. So when we're talking about mistakes that get made, we're talking, in a city like North Miami Beach or the city of Miami, when they had their pension issues, you're talking about tens, sometimes hundreds of millions of dollars at stake, and investors, bond investors, the residents, people who invested in their homes, and they invested their livelihood to put a home in these communities. At the end of the day, to have a public trust means that someone is taking care of your biggest investment in your life. And that's what I'm here to support. And I appreciate any other questions anybody has feedback on.
Sorry. Municipal experience and operations. Question number 2. What is your experience? What experience do you have with the day-to-day municipal operations, such as public works, building, planning, or code enforcement?
Thank you. So I'm on the other side, making the complaints like you are. But the difference is my expectation. So if there's a code enforcement issue that I have to call about, I expect it to be taken care of, and I know who to call to make that happen. So if it's overgrown garbage, for instance, which is probably the most common thing in Miami-Dade County, because we have this is a common issue throughout the county, no matter what municipality you're in. You have to be able to know that you have to call in these complaints the same day, or else the garbage will stay there. When it comes to planning, if I've advised many neighborhood associations, HOAs, regarding use of their properties with local government, and the truth of the matter is that you're never going to get a satisfactory answer out of zoning, or permitting, or giving permission. You have to make do with what you have, and the point of the manager role here is to set reasonable expectations to the public, because ultimately I'm here to serve the council to facilitate their policy decisions, but the way they get implemented is all on the manager. So if you are upset about it's occurring, either the manager has not been given clear direction, or they don't have the resources to actually accomplish their tasks, and you have to be able to tell, you have to have that tough conversation with your elected officials about whether there is enough resources or not, and how to help, frankly. And I believe, could you repeat the question? I think you said one other topic.
Yes, it's your experience with public works, building, planning and zoning, or code enforcement.
Public zoning, and, okay, so, no, I think I'll rest my question there. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, so the third part is budget and financial management. Question number 3. Walk us through an experience you've had with municipal budgeting, audits, and financial oversight.
So for the last 2 decades, I have gone over the financial reports for almost every county and municipal local government in Miami-Dade County. That has taught me one thing, which is there's a problem that generally people don't understand where their money is going. And frankly, and on the other side of that, elected officials may not even understand how the cost of operating government works. So, and I say this because there's an idea in vogue going on here about outsourcing. What's outsourcing? What is outsourcing, right? Where you're basically transferring the capacity for operations to a third party, and then they handle the liability, and it sometimes works and it sometimes doesn't. But the biggest benefit for local government, as I've advised them, is that you're writing off your long-term liability onto away. But short-term, you may get exactly what you pay for, or you may not. So in regards to and a good example of this is in the question of there was a debate regarding insourcing garbage, in different municipalities, or actually in our own county, we have to have this conversation as well. We're currently paying our taxes for garbage and recycling services, much of which we don't get. Now, when one of the things that I would like to contribute is that in my capacity, people ask me, well, what is the best way to tackle these cost issues? And it really does come down to, well, what are you willing to live with? So if it's you really prioritize insourcing and making sure things happen here in-house. For example, public safety. You have your own little police department here. It works for you. Keep it, right? Because if you decide to change anything from it, then that is an unforeseen cost that you'd be introducing into your budget that you wouldn't want, that you don't know about. So the most important and practical thing to do is fix your costs, because if you change anything, frankly, it's not just this. That wouldn't be just this council, but the next council, and having questions about, well, how do we either get back to that, or how do we pay for now something that costs more? Because we had our fixed cost earlier. So that's certainly something I've advised in. In another issue, when I was working for the county, one of the things I was involved in was establishing the rules for enterprise zones, or opportunity zones is what they call them now. And those are policies that effectively combine the different resources. Okay.
You can wrap it up.
Oh, that's an overlay district that combines federal, state, and local resources into creating economic development engines. And those are worth billions of dollars. So, like I said, these questions of finance, I have a very strong grasp of these things.
The other bullet point is community relations and governance. How would you balance the needs of the residents, staff, and elected officials, especially when they conflict?
Well, this is a great question, and I appreciate the question. At the end of the day, we're all in this together, right? I don't mean that to be cute, but the reality is that we're all neighbors. So politics will always exist. There'll always be differences of opinion. Politics is designed for us to be able to reach a consensus over topics that we all care about. And the reality it comes back to is setting expectations. So it's, when you hear a piece of advice and you, for example, the issue that you'll hear later regarding a roundabout issue, well, you've heard some good counsel from your attorney, but ultimately a job needs to get done because there's questions of liability involved. Now, it's just about reasonable expectations. What can we live with? And if you really can't live with it, then there's a reason why we have to explore that. And I think communication is very important with all stakeholders, and I think as a managerial role, the citizens have to be able to have access to the manager, because they're the day-to-day of that gets hired by the council to affect the operations of the city. So if you have a problem with what's going on in the city, there's really, the buck stops with the chief executive of the city. And I cannot say that. I want also to be very aware that the manager also is the go-between between the council and staff. So the manager is in a role to protect staff, so that if they're hearing criticisms, it's not getting in the way of their job, right? You have to set expectations even with the staff itself, because ultimately, what occurs is that morale really is an important thing. This is not people aren't here to make money. They're not. And I will say something that people have said a lot about the wages and salaries here. I'm for one, would support a manager that makes not the minimum, but a reasonable amount. And I think that 90,000 mark is a good mark. Why? Because the average salary per capita, that means each individual person makes on average $50,000 in this community. So the chief executive making about double that amount is reasonable. And this is a communication that has to happen. And we should get the money question out of the way already. All right, I appreciate the question. Thank you.
Policy, compliance, and ethics. Question number 5. What steps do you take to ensure sunshine compliance, procurement integrity, and transparency?
This is a big one because the procurement rules in the state of Florida that basically governs all this were written decades ago. I mean, like 40 years ago. So as you can tell, it generally doesn't work the best. So what managers have to do is and of course with the work for the clerk, over-announce. And even call around and talk to the organizations. Actually, the Miami-Dade League of Cities is a great resource to reach out to and for advertising, even for advertising the role of this job. Because if you don't get enough qualified participants, that doesn't communicate the worth of the community. That communicates there is a failure to communicate. So the fact that you do have enough sufficient number of applicants here tonight is a credit to the clerk. I want everybody to be a note. This is a good sign for this, and I've said privately that the number of applicants that have city management experience is surprising that's here today. But I also want to point out that in terms of ethics, I would not be able to be here to be able to say that that's not the end of the story. The difference, what I bring is something actually just different, because this is a small municipality that relies on a small number of staff, and most city managers don't operate by themselves, frankly. They're not a one-stop shop. It's impressive what what the previous manager's done and what the city clerk is doing now as the interim manager. You cannot take vacations. You cannot respond to emergencies. The emergency is whatever happens in the village. So, and the last thing I'll say about that is that you have to figure out a way to accomplish things in a meaningful way. Otherwise, you have to set a different expectation for what can be accomplished in the village. And that ultimately will reduce a lot of conflict. And I think there's a lot of conversation that can be had regarding policy. The manager can facilitate, but it's not the policymaker. And I will say that more conversation is better than, more conversation is never a bad thing. So I appreciate the question. Thank you. I yield my time.
Okay, the next bullet point is vision and fit. Now, question number 6. What qualities, experiences, and perspectives make you an ideal an ideal fit for the village at this stage?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? It didn't get picked up
Of
in the
course,
mic.
I'm sorry. Okay. What qualities, experiences, and perspectives make you an ideal fit for our village at this stage?
Thank you for the question. To members of the council and mayor, this is qualities. I've been talking about qualities all day. A lot of times when we set expectations, we're making qualitative statements and not quantitative statements. And that's where things start going wrong. Actually, I went to engineering school. I've worked with a lot of different nonprofit organizations. I worked with a lot of different boards. They all have their different nuances, but one thing's true about every person that I've interacted with, and that is they have a very strong opinion. And the number one thing that I believe in terms of quality, is I have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so I have learned that I should be listening twice as much as than I would instead of saying anything. So that's an important quality. I believe that a city manager must have, because they do have to engage with the council, they have to engage with staff, and they have to engage with stakeholders and residents. That is abundantly clear to me that this is the number one mission of the manager. And ultimately, because you have this lines of communication open, I'm going to tell you the reality the truth comes in that nobody really knows how to solve every problem exactly the way it should be solved. It's all hindsight. So when you have an open dialogue and a communication going on, what you can accomplish is we will find the answer together. We will find that answer together. We will provide that information to the council so that they're adequately advised. Like I said, the question about the roundabout issue before is there's got to be a lot of listening going on in regards to how a problem would escalate after 6 years of planning to be what somebody had mentioned. Well, I won't use that word. But how to resolve these problems. That's really the point of it. And it starts with listening. And I think that's again, just coming back and concluding, that is the number one quality that any city manager should have. Any executive, any person who's going to make a decision. I appreciate it.
I'm going to go ahead and ask him for his closing remarks, and then the council will be asking any questions.
Okay.
So you have.
Sure. Thank you, residents, stakeholders, mayor, and council. Ultimately, this is, as I said in my opening remarks, this is an opportunity. Do something different. The municipality does not have a huge budget, doesn't have a lot of budget commitments. That means you guys can actually do things differently without having to be concerned about rocking the boat in terms of how things should be, because honestly, it hasn't been working for you now. I come from the school of thought that innovation starts with just looking for opportunities, being open-minded. I work in my legal work. I actually talk to foreign governments. I've looked at what's going on in Argentina. I see that they're employing overseas. By the way, outside this country, they are able to implement very different styles of governance that actually work for them efficiently and effectively. They've already are years ahead of us in terms of what AI is doing for improving efficiencies in government. You might have heard of some of it in the federal government here in the United States, but honestly, it's probably best implemented in local government, and the smaller the better. Ultimately, I would also say this last thing. I would commit, if hired, I would walk every door in this village. Why? Because I can. That is something very special to say. I've supported green initiatives. I feel like I'm a champion of parks and green space around the county. I believe in wilderness corridors and that we have a beautiful nature and fauna here, and particularly in El Portal that should be protected. And I think the residents have been asking for somebody who will work with them to devise ways of how to do that, whether through policy or just through personal initiative. And I think it all works together beautifully if we give it an opportunity to do so. And so I'm at your disposal. I will say that I'm very interested in seeing what we can do together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments from the council?
I do have a question, and it's something that you said. First of all, I do want to say thank you so much. I know it's tough to come up here under such short notice, and you did a great job. Presented your case very eloquently. Your passion for the city is evident, and I appreciate that. I appreciate you this evening. So whatever happens at the very end, you did a great job, and thank you. You mentioned that you studied engineering, which brought me to your education section. Do you have a bachelor's degree, and if so, in what discipline?
I do. It's a Bachelor of Science.
Okay, and the engineering was just, because I see two things.
Yes, I had to choose between, this is the story I like to tell you. I had to choose between working for the Air Force and making drones that kill people, or not doing that. And I chose not to. I instead went to real estate and consulting.
Okay, awesome. Other question for you. Do you belong to any of these organizations like the ICMA or any sort of
Well, because
organization?
I haven't been in the formal role of a manager role, their membership's contingent on that.
Mm-hmm.
So no.
Okay, there's other organizations. I know there's the NFBPA where you don't necessarily have to be a manager, but it allows you to just have a really strong group of folks who kind of know what the position is that you're able to share information with.
Absolutely. If obviously if I was hired, I'd be joining these organizations. I also believe in the cross training and having access to a wise counsel that's been through all this. You know, because honestly, I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel in terms of procurement. Still going to be procurement. Public safety still going to be public safety. Our parks are still going to be public parks. The details are what matters. Is why I'm here, because I believe I can do a better job on the details.
Mm-hmm. For sure. I'm just saying that this is going to come at you fast.
Sure.
When you step foot into that office, it is essentially you, and you are all points. So I do think that if you do have the occasion to step into this role, maybe one of the first course of action is making sure you have a strong group of managers that have the experience that you can lean on very quickly and ask pertinent questions. So I say that as a question, but also a source of guidance. Another question for you. It seems that you have many jobs, because a lot of your occupations say until present. There's some talking in the gallery, and it's really, excuse me, Mr. Pace, it's so difficult to keep track. Thank you so much, I appreciate it. A lot of your positions, and say present, so I wanted to know exactly, are you doing all of these positions, like simultaneously, I guess?
Some of them have less time commitments than others. So I didn't put a list of how much time commitments in the resume, but I'm glad you asked. But in the case of that I would be hired, then my number one priority is Upward Town.
Okay. But currently now you're a principal consultant with Human Scale Strategies, a strategic research manager and policy advisor with various municipalities, and a community and property manager.
Right.
All three. Okay. Question, Human Scale Strategies, is that your company?
Yes.
Okay. I took a look on Sunbiz, and I know you say that it's from 2011 to present, but it says that it was created in 2019.
Right. I had switched the LLC name to that one.
Okay. And currently it says that it's inactive.
Right. I have to go and pay the Sunbiz fee this year.
Okay. So it's inactive, but you're currently still...
Yes.
And how long has it been inactive?
Possibly since September 1st.
Okay.
Or October 1st.
And for the various municipalities that you mentioned,
right.
I just want a bit more specificity on that as to what municipalities and exactly what projects you worked on for those municipalities.
Sure. So as I mentioned earlier, I worked for Miami-Dade County for the Board of County Commissioners, and was there one of the policy people there, where I was in charge of putting together the county policy in response to opportunity zones, which was the policy that was implemented in 2018, and is now being renewed again to encourage economic development in poor zip codes. So there's that. In North Miami Beach, I had principally advised the mayor, the current mayor there now, on various issues, including, I mean, if you, you name some of the issues that they've come across, for instance, they have a water plant, so there's a question about county policy in regards to the impact on there, an impact of state policy that is existent now. So part of my work there is both providing research into both the policy issues or impacts, as well as what has researching the topic generally. So for not going to say I'm answering legal questions, but what other legal professionals have put out there. And in terms of City of Miami, I've advised local communities in terms of their zoning matters. Worked with Commissioner Rosado over there as well, and generally I've been involved in their citizen boards toward their park master plan, and basically I don't know if you heard what happened with the City of Miami, but most of them, somebody thought it was a good idea to have half their parks were built on top of trash dumps, basically. So that had a huge environmental factor question in there in regards to how to mitigate and what dollars were going to be there. And frankly, were they even going to keep them as parks, or were they going to create super sites out of all of them and let developers have at it? Right? No, but obviously cities value parks. They have they're a huge resource available to them. In terms of parks, I was also working with there's the Parcel B group. I don't know if anybody's heard of it here, but there's supposedly a public park behind the downtown arena that is supposed to be dedicated for the public, and it's not. So that's an ongoing issue there that I've still been managing the group's communications through online.
Thank you. That adds a lot of specificity, and I appreciate that. It seems like you've done a lot of like really good research and thought leadership on these topics.
Right. I mean,
is there something else you want?
Yeah. Well, yeah. There's so there, you have to. It's something about municipal budgets. Mm-hmm. Something I want to. I take pride in being able to read an annual financial report and know what and know the processes of the Inspector General. That is the Auditor General for it, and I've been thrown into the deep for years when I was started out in like 2012 with a group called Lower Taxes Now, just to see that the taxes generally continue to go up over time, and be able to provide information both to the public and elected officials as to what is the standard that people are around the state is you're not going to hear that. Pardon, Mr. Mayor. You're not going to. That's not a report that typically gets released by the County League of Cities because they're only focused on one county. But we have comparable markets. We have 5 comparable markets to Miami in the state of Florida, and people's tax rates really do look different, even for the sake of gas. Gas costs and fees. So it's something that I'm very passionate about, and it's very small group of people in municipal government. I mean, I'm sure you know this, that even specialize in this area, and your CFO, of course, is going to have to be sharp as a tack, because there's few people like him out in government, in this government space.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I want to give my colleagues the moment to ask their questions, but I appreciate the clarification.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Questions, comments from other council members?
I may have missed something. Can you hear me?
You may have to bring it a little closer. Yeah,
you can hear me now?
Perfect.
Very good. So you've never done city management? Because what you said is all around the corner and coming back on the first street. It doesn't sound like you ever were.
Well, every city manager started with this much experience. So the difference is that I come here with a vision in mind. I'm not here to replicate the same effort that any experienced city manager would come here with an expectation of, I'm going to let staff do all the work for me, because that's what they're there for, because there really isn't any staff. So that means that you need somebody in the capacity who's trusted, who will put the time, will make the effort, and really will be respectful of the council members and the residents and stakeholders. So that's why I'm here. I'm here to provide that alternate option for you, and I have the energy and the vision to make that work.
The reason I asked the question, you can hear me, right?
It's a little low. May just bring it closer to yourself. Is it?
How about now?
Okay, now.
You think you got it? You think you got it?
Got it?
You think I got it now?
I think you got it. You speak a little high.
So you haven't actually done many city management?
Right.
Okay. And so you went around the circle and came back. You really haven't ever been a city manager. The reason I'm asking is because I've been a city manager of 5 cities. And the first one was Dallas, Texas.
Wow.
They were the first ones that made it what it is. And I was among that. I haven't heard anything that says that you've ever worked for city management. City management is not to be played with.
No, absolutely not.
Okay, so your honesty that you have not done city management, I commend you, because it is coming to a little city like this. Don't think it's little. We have to do the same thing the big cities do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and we know what we want. We know what we need here. We appreciate you applying for it, and your honesty that you've never done it before. We need experienced people. Yes, we're a tiny village, but we do big stuff in El Portal. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here.
That's right.
All right? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilors Lightfoot Ward. Anyone else from the council?
Mr. Roos, thank you for coming out today. I very much appreciate it. Like all the other candidates who've shown up, I appreciate you taking my phone call and answering a lot of questions. And I guess I have 24 pages of questions here, and I don't want to go through all of these. We could talk about budgets and CRAs and how we're going to bring grants in and take care of staff. But one thing I noticed among everyone that was signing up here is El Portal itself and knowing El Portal. I was just wondering if you could tell us in a few sentences about a few times when you visited El Portal.
Sure. So I work closely with the Homeowners Association in the Upper East Side of the city of Miami, which is right around the corner. So I'm in the area. I've been in the area for a long time in terms of visiting and seeing what the communities around here look like. Now, I don't know if you're aware of, but just on the other side of the border into the city of Miami is the largest both commercial and residential historic districts in the state. Maybe in the top 3 in the country. So my experience of being in the community is this. I've enjoyed participating here and just being involved and seeing the nature that you have here preserved. Honestly, I've walked the neighborhood too, and I've gotten to know some of the neighbors here and stakeholders, it's been one of the most interesting experiences, the warmest people I've ever met, really. Among that says a lot, because I've worked with a lot of different communities in Miami-Dade County and in Florida. So, but one of the warmest communities I've ever had the chance of interacting with.
Wonderful. Part of our conversation, you mentioned that you overseen a $4 million budget. Can you tell me about that?
Sure. So I was part of the team that managed the campaign for Congresswoman Sharples McCormick. She's a Broward County Congresswoman, and I was the deputy in the campaign. And the minimum that we spent there was like $4 million, and it was one of the most interesting campaigns that went on for about 18 months. There's like 3 campaigns in one. And with about a staff of about 40 people. And then when we had, in terms of volunteers, we had about another 150. So it was not, that's not a small effort that effort continues today, as you may have seen it in the news.
Thank you. As part of our conversation, you had some very interesting stories. Can you tell me how you exposed fraud in the government?
Sure. So one of the one of the problems that you have in local government is what is something really cost in order to what does something actually cost in order for it to take place? So we have there's this question here of vendors, right? And typically what I see is a lot of vendors come in and they've expressed one price when they have zero intentions of honoring the price, and then come back later and say, well, here's my change order. And so the number of times I've been able to point that out to elected officials saying, here's a comparable to the sim service. And the most common ones are like streets, sidewalks, and the partition between swale management, right? That's a very common issue, and I've communicated to, especially particularly at the county level, where we have there are these contracts that local governments can kind of piggyback off of, that says that is the standard for how much some service should cost, and that's that nature of that experience. On the other side, I have been involved on the ethics side of zoning issues, where a zoning applicant can come before a board and say they are the owners of a project, and what they're really saying is that they're a land speculator whose purchase is contingent on some zoning approval, and as soon as they get their zoning approval, they sell the project, and now the residents are left with a project with the person who originally brought the project has no connection to the area, and ultimately the property, the land, effectively becomes slum and blight for the community. So there's been a number of times when I've had to actually do that. Why is it important? Because basically it's the public has to underwrite the cost, or the local government has to underwrite the cost of managing that property ultimately, providing security, particularly. And keeping people off of it. I'm sure you may have seen that problem occur with some vacant land on the east side of the village.
Thank you so much. So I expect all of our applicants to be in touch with the real situations going on in El Portal right now. Obviously, visiting and knowing the streets and knowing what we're about to go through. Without giving any background, would there be a way that you would be able to, how would you recommend to the council to handle the roundabout situation we're about to talk about later tonight?
Well, I think there's a liability question that's open there that your city attorney or your municipal attorney here has given good advice on. I think if you guys go back to your other, I think you have an issue of trust with your current vendor. You have also a backup vendor that you don't know what their pricing's at, and I do not know if there's recommendation regarding emergency bids just to basically cover a street. But that is a liability issue you guys do not want to continue having. So some action is necessary. No action is not a good idea. And certainly listen to your attorney.
So what's your management philosophy when it comes to balancing innovation with fiscal restraint?
As I said before, setting expectations is important. Certainly there's four departments in the village. And they all have their, besides the police department, which has a very clear mandate. There's a question about, do you have enough resources? Do you have reasonable expectations about what we want to try and accomplish? What are your key performance indicators? But more importantly, just getting the buy-in from each department head as to what does that department want to accomplish here is important. Because that buy-in is you don't want to impose a one-size-fits-all, or this is my idea of what you should be able to accomplish. Tell me what your department can accomplish. Let's set for it, and if you don't make it, let's try to figure out how you can make it. And I don't. And again, this is part of my philosophy about listening more than speaking. And we need to talk to the people who are actually doing these services a lot more, as well as the people who are on the receiving end of services, in order to understand where there is a breakdown.
So our village operates with limited staff and a high millage rate compared to small tax base. How would you maintain financial stability without increasing the burden on the residents?
So details is important. So if this is going back in time, but if I was going to ask a real estate project that's going to asking for permission here to basically transform the village or any municipality, any other city actually does something, actually asks for an agreement with them that they're going to commit to that growth and they're going to commit to some sort of funding for the municipality to offset the services that they're going to require, and they're going to require that from day one. So how are they going to offset those expenses to the village if they're not even part of the tax roll yet? So you need an advanced agreement ahead of time to that. Now that's the plug like known holes that happen in budgets, right? That can be anticipated. Now there are other budget issues that are also anticipated. For example, capital improvement projects that are either ill-advised or are already are unfeasible. And so don't lock money in like that if you don't have to. And just look over where the city's spending money and see if any improvements can be made to these arrangements and these plans. So, and that's an example of that was what I've heard regarding the streets master plan, right? There's basically some commitment toward transforming the look and feel and how people get around in the village. But there's a certain philosophy about if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? So how do you prioritize that, the balance between planning and budget? And that goes to key. Now, in regards to services, it's people services come first. So I don't want to say that I'm going to be locked in a room and I don't want to talk to anybody. No, it's important to engage the residents and stakeholders. Important to be able to have access to council members. I would pledge once or twice a week to sit down for coffee with each of you, and answer questions and go and answer questions, particularly before you come to this chambers, and then have to figure it out on the fly. Because I think that's the most appropriate way to preparing people and take time to do so, and that would also budget time better during the meetings, because then we're not going back and forth asking a whole bunch of questions for hours. Lastly, I would say is that yes, there's a shortage on staff, but there's no shortage of people who want to help. Right? So residents who want to participate, like I said, this community has one of the highest home ownership rates in the county. The people who own their home, they want to be involved. Give them an opportunity to do so, whether it's just as a volunteer capacity, provide programs through the college and universities, make this a village again, right, frankly, right? Not walled, it's siloed onto ourselves. And ultimately, it takes a vision. They say an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. But when you apply that to or any municipal government, the idea that you can have all these dialogues ahead of time before a meeting, that problems are nipped before they become crises, that revenue is taken care of before it becomes a black hole, right? These are important matters, and people being involved would actually more people being involved would catch these kind of errors before they become costly. And ultimately, you know what? We're all neighbors, we're all human beings, we should have fun at this as well, honestly. And it's there's so much more economic value to this village that is just untapped. And I don't mean that just in nature and and with the value of real estate, trees impact on real estate. I mean the human factor. I think this is a beautiful community that deserves an opportunity to be sustainable in terms of its growth, be sustainable in terms of what you can do on your property, and that you have neighbors helping neighbors. I mean, these are values I believe that this community is looking for. Sorry, I went on a rant.
Well, thank you. So last questions here. We've got to keep it quick so we can get to the next applicants. The main thing is that you have not been a manager before, correct?
Not for a municipality, right?
But in El Portal, the last few managers have never been managed before. So as we're thinking about this position, one of the things I see here that's a key to something you've done it would be that when a manager or mayor has a crisis that they can't handle, you're the one they've gone to. Is this correct?
Yeah, many times elected officials, whether in many municipalities, have said, "Come and help."
Okay. I appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the council? Hearing, seeing none. Very quickly, do we have any questions from the audience for this candidate?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Come up
to the mayor.
No.
These questions have been screened. The village has a liability for questions that are asked, and that's why there are pre-prepared questions for the council. They've asked some others, but if you start opening it to questions that are not screened from the audience, if you want to receive them in writing and you decide to read them out, to screen them, that's appropriate. But if you open this up to every resident, you are potentially exposing the village to liability depending on what questions are asked, because they're not screened, and there could be an inappropriate question. I'm sorry to do that, but there is a mechanism which would be to have citizens write questions, and the mayor can determine whether they're appropriate, and if you have a question, you can seek some guidance on it. But otherwise, it is a liability issue.
All right, so we'll do this. Madam Clerk, call the next client, or call the next,
Prefix, the next candidate.
next candidate.
Sure.
Client, next candidate.
Thank you, Mr. Rose.
If anybody out there has any questions that you guys want me to ask from any of the individuals, once they're done, I'll ask those questions of the individuals. So if you guys need a piece of paper and a pen, let me know, and you guys can write those down and give them to me, okay?
Probably, you're probably correct, frankly. However, if I heard one from a council member that was inappropriate, I would cut it off. There is a liability, but really, I think you're probably correct.
So, yeah. So, if anybody has any questions, and you guys want them to write them down, just let me know, and I'll come collect your questions. You guys.
It would be on this podium. Also, I'm not sure what transpired while I was gone, but I think in order to be more effective, we have taken a numerous amount of time, and I understand for the position, but each council member should be limited also to a 3-minute question in order for us to have a fair, more transparent and moving along as well, because we do have them waiting in the room. So this candidate is candidate number 2, and his name is Bob Cook. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Can everybody hear me?
Mr. Cook, I will read first. Thank you for being here today. You will have 2 minutes for your introduction, 3 minutes per question, and 2 minutes for closing remarks. If you need a question repeated, please let me know.
Sure. I do have some handouts for the council
Sure.
person.
Give me a second. Let me read the question so that you can start talking, and then I will deliver the handouts. So you can start with introducing yourself and sharing your municipality experience on the public sector, and explain why you're interested in serving as the village manager.
So,
Madam Clerk,
no, this is for the council.
Madam Clerk,
Okay, Councilman.
is there,
Good evening, everybody. How are you? How are you? I'm really delighted to be here with you guys. I am Bob Cook, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council, General Public, thank you for giving me the opportunity to present this evening. I really appreciate you and what the work you do for El Porto. I am a dynamic, experienced government leader. I have spent more than 30 years of government service. That includes federal, state, and local government. I have provided executive leadership, strategic planning, economic development, and all operational oversight for all government functions for a multi-million-dollar agency. I'm a former director for HUD, Housing and Urban Development, where I spent almost 31 years. 20 years of that was in executive leadership. I have demonstrated qualifications, the knowledge, the experience, the ability, again, with emphasis that is more than 30 years. I think I can hit the ground running, and this has been my life's work. This is my passion. This is what I enjoy doing. I enjoy making a difference in the local community. You probably ask, why me as a candidate? I'm seasoned in local government, state government, and again, federal government with a strong background in municipal operations, financial management, strategic planning, economic development, knowledge in state, local, and federal law and regulations. I can bring unity to this community. I can bring growth if that's what the residents and the council would desire. I understand there is a limited budget. I look forward to working hand in hand with the council, with the members of the residents on that budget. For one thing, I would like to be the first to make the budget amendment. I will accept a $5,000 reduction. I don't do this for money. I do this for job satisfaction. I do this because this is something I enjoy doing. I enjoy giving back to my community. So with that being said, I demonstrate a high level of emotional intelligence, outstanding interpersonal skills, organizational awareness, quality decision-making. That is so instrumental here at the local level. I'm well-versed again in budgeting. I want to be able to make the first amendment to your budget by giving a $5,000 reduction. It can come through a donation. It can come through a reduction in salary. We can go over the budget line by line. I have deep familiarity with budgets. I've worked with multi-million-dollar budgets. I'm the former director for housing for City of Los Angeles, Dallas, Texas, and most recently Knoxville, Tennessee. I have served as executive director for the North Miami Foundation for 5 years. Keep in mind, we never walk alone. This is a village, and we are a village. Again, I have more than 30 years in capital planning, grant administration, contracts, with knowledge of infrastructure, utilities, community development, processes and procedures, again, adding quality of life for the residents. I think accountability is instrumental. I think transparency is instrumental. As a village manager, again, we don't walk alone. We collaborate, we communicate, we decision-make together. It's your community, our community. At the end of the day, this impacts on all of us, the decisions that we make. Again, I enjoy giving back to the community.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and ask the questions. Now, each candidate will receive the same question in the same order and 3 minutes total per question as a reminder. Leadership and management. Question number 1. Describe a time you had to lead a municipality or a department through difficult changes such as budget cuts, staff restructuring, or a political sensitive issue. How did you communicate the change, maintain staff morale, and ensure continuity of the services to the residents? You will have 3 minutes to answer.
Thank you. Great question. As I indicated earlier, being the director for housing in Los Angeles, one of my first tasks was to redevelop an entire community, East Los Angeles. For those who don't know the history of East Los Angeles, we had a 600-unit complex that was gang infested. My task, again, was to bring about unity in a troubled community, demolish and rebuild the entire community. So with that being said, it took leadership. It took strong leadership. It took collaborative leadership. It took trusting leadership. It took leadership where we had to design, process, and rebuild an entire community, a non-English speaking community. We did it. We did it successfully. We did it within limited budgets. We didn't need change orders. We did it through community efforts. We met one community group after another. We met both with federal, state, and local. We met with nonprofits. We collaborated. We maintained staff morale. We did the extra mile. We built an entire new community. It was not an easy task, but again, you built that trust, I built that unity, and I provided leadership in a very difficult community.
Second bullet point, municipal experience and operations. Question number 2. What experience do you have with the day-to-day municipal operations, such as public works, building, planning and zoning, or code enforcement?
As a former director for HUD, Housing and Urban Development, I work day in and day out with local governments. We met with them. We help collaborate. We help design, process on a day-to-day basis so that the local governments would have capacity, so that we could provide them with funding, so that we could provide them with industry best practices. That included public works, that included information technology, that included all operations, again, in a collaborative, transparent fashion where we collectively came together with municipalities, provided them with the leadership, provided them with the funding, and at the end of the day, we had viable communities, communities where I provided operational input 24/7. We work very closely with Public Works. We work with the infrastructure. We work with the sewer system. We work with the police department in bringing unity and bringing change and bringing the needed housing to communities across America.
Thank you. Bullet number 3, budget and financial management. Question number 3. Walk us through your experience with municipal budgeting, audits, and financial oversight.
As a former director for Housing and Urban Development, we were the monitor for city governments. We worked very closely with them. We provided industry best practices. We provided training. We provided training the trainer. We confirmed the local municipalities, worked in concert with providing economic opportunities. One of the points I want to make with you guys tonight, I understand budgets. We monitor budgets. We monitor city budgets. One of the things I want you guys to walk away with tonight, if you're having financial issues, again, I want to be the first to make that budget amendment for El Portal, $5,000. Working closely with your administration, your program departments, in an effort to run through those budgets. Again, this has been my life's work. Financials, the financials of cities, the operations. Again, I've reviewed your budget, and I would like to have that opportunity, line by line. And we have a budget. We have to work within the budget. We have budget constraints. In this administration, we all have to tighten our belts a little. but it takes clear, transparent, concise financial and budget planning. We have to be a part of the process. We have to work with the local leadership.
Thank you. Bullet point number 4, community relations and governance. Question number 4, how would you balance the needs of the residents, staff, and elected officials, especially when they conflict?
The audience cannot see, but I did provide the council with a significant amount of community relations and community engagements. Being a stakeholder, I think it's very instrumental that we form those relationships, those collaborative relationships at the federal level, at the state level, and at the municipal level. I have developed relationships with FEMA. I have developed relationships with the governor's office. I have developed relationships with the senator's office, the local mayors. In my capacity as executive director for the North Miami Foundation, I have to outreach. I have to provide community relations. I work with the electeds. I work with other nonprofits. I work with the stakeholders in a clear and concise manner, delivering products and services to add to quality of life to the residents. Community relations is very important. Being able to provide balance is instrumental. I think we're going to have to provide that trust, quality decision-making, input from the residents, input from the council members, all in a collaborative fashion to come together in a unified sense. What is the mission? What are your goals? Is it that you value? What is it that we can bring to the table that adds value to your life? As a village manager, again, we don't stand alone. So community relations, balancing those relationships, delicate, sensitive relationships that involves millions of dollars in contracts, procurements, processing, laws, codes, regulations. We have to be at the forefront. We have to be instrumental in creating that balance, creating that unified front and that unified force. I want to be your village manager.
Policy compliance and ethics. Question number 5. What steps do you take to ensure sunshine compliance, procurement integrity, and transparency?
Repeat the question, please.
Sure. What steps do you take to ensure sunshine compliance, procurement integrity, and transparency?
Clear, transparent communications. Notifications, communications, honest, transparent communication is critical. Again, know what the goals are, know what your mission is. Work with the council, work with the residents. How is it that you can bring your leadership for that leadership? What can you bring to the community? How can you add value? Work within the program and the process that are at hand. Again, clear, concise, frank, transparent communications.
Bullet point, vision and fit. Question number 6. What qualities, experiences, and perspectives make you an ideal fit for the village at this stage?
As I indicated earlier, this is my life's work. I see vision. I see a future for El Porto. I want to be a part of that future. I want to be at the table. I want to add value. I can bring 30 years of government service. I can bring quality decision-making. I can bring transparent communications. I can bring stakeholders to the table. I can leverage both inside the organization and outside the organization. We're at an inflection point in the city of El Porto. What we do internally impacts us externally. Not today, not tomorrow, but for 10 years, 25 years, for future generations to come. I have a vision that includes quality decision-making, clear communications, the ability to inspire and motivate. Again, moving the masses from within and from outside. I want to bring leadership to the city of El Porto. I see a vision. I want to be a part of that vision.
Okay, you have 2 minutes for your closing remarks. Your questions are done.
In my closing remarks, as you can see, I demonstrate the knowledge, the skill, and really the abilities to move El Porto forward. Let's do this together. We have a village. It takes a village. Let's make a difference. If there's not unity, let's bring unity to the table. If there's conflict, let's dissolve the conflict. Let's bring resolution. It's been my life's work. 30 years of life's work. You guys have a unspoken treasure here in El Porto. I treasure that. The residents here treasure that. Let's make a difference. It's been my life's work. We are a village. Let's maintain a village. Let's move forward. I've been providing housing, leadership, management, and supervision. I've been a pioneer in government, national, state, and local government. I would like to come in and demonstrate and prove to you guys I'm your next leader. We are a village. Let's make it work. Let's make it a success. Let's make a difference. Let's change the quality of life for the residents in El Porto.
Thank you, Mr. Cook.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Questions or comments from the council? Hearing, seeing
Yeah,
none,
I
thank
have
you very
a
much.
few questions.
Thank you.
Sorry. Appreciate your time today, and it was very nice to speak with you on the phone this week. I'm going to ask some of the same questions I asked some of the other applicants. You spoke about Al Patel as an unspoken treasure. In just a few sentences, can you tell me about a few times or a time when you visited El Portal?
Many times. Again, I think Councilperson Winters, it's an unspoken treasure. You guys are probably not aware, but you're one of the municipalities that's in my portfolio. As Executive Director for the North Miami Foundation, we have received funding from El Portal. And El Portal is a very small, unspoken treasure. I've been out many times, and I would like to be here, not just part-time. I would like to be here full-time. I would like to be able to provide leadership. I would like to be able to provide a better future for the residents of El Portal.
Thank you. So I'm going to jump ahead here. Real scenario, are you familiar with what's going on right now with today's agenda and the circle?
Slightly, yes, sir, I am.
I was just wondering if you had how would you recommend to handle it with the council for this roundabout situation if you were the manager?
I would review the facts at hand. I would have a candid, open conversation with all the stakeholders. Take a look at what's at stake. If there would have been clear communication, what would be the need for the change order? Is it negligence? Is it errors and omissions? We would need to take a look at exactly where we ran into the issue, an objective point of view. Again, we will need to focus on the facts, and at some point we're going to have to make a very difficult decision on what our next steps are going to be.
Thank you. So During our conversation this week, you told me that you managed a $1 billion budget. So this village operates with limited staff and high millage rate compared to its small tax base. How would you maintain financial stability without increasing the burden on residents?
Going back to what I noted earlier, councilperson, I think engaging, leveraging stakeholders, not only at the local level, but at the federal level. I think El Portal is an untapped market. When I say an untapped market, I think there is a lot of opportunity, financial, grant, philanthropic, that can come to the table and contribute to the vision and the mission of El Portal. Again, I think it's going to take that collaborative environment where you leverage both internal and external stakeholders. Having a knowledge of that and having more than 30 years of that, I can certainly bring that to the table. Again, I do think that El Portal has some untapped markets out there, councilperson, and we need to be able to see how we can bring in additional funding. How can that funding bring us stability? I understand it is a very limited budget, and I have worked on many multi-million-dollar budgets, approved budgets, reviewed the financial statements, City of Los Angeles, Dallas, Texas, and most recent Knoxville, Tennessee.
I have one last question for you.
Sure.
I'm just looking for where I put it. I read that you were recently retired, but you're looking for something to do in the meantime. Would you expand on that?
Yeah, I retired from HUD, Housing and Urban Development. I spent almost 31 years. I started right out of college as an intern. And quickly worked my way up through the leadership. For the last 20 years, I was in leadership, executive leadership, where I was managing multi-million-dollar budgets, all operations, all processes, all procedures at the federal level. I spent almost, again, 31 years there. I did retire. Since that time, I've been the executive director for the North Miami Foundation, providing services to 9 different municipalities here in the Northeast Miami-Dade County area. I do enjoy work. I do make work a part of my everyday life. I enjoy the work in local communities. I enjoy collaborating. I enjoy forming those professional networks, that collaborating. I like bringing successes to local communities. I have a history of that, and you will see in your handouts where I've been able to inspire and leverage both within and outside of the organization to bring in additional funding that may be necessary. But again, also going back to budget and financial, with my 30-year history, I would like to be able to sit at the table and negotiate with not only the residents, but with the department heads of how each one of us can go back to the table and tighten our belts. This is a time, this is administration where we really don't have a lot of choices. Again, I want to be the first in that budget amendment by reducing the amount of salary for the role of the village manager. Again, I don't come in for a salary. I come in to make a difference. I come in because I enjoy work. I am federally retired. I do get a pension every month. So again, the ability to make a difference is much more important to me. I'm not out for the money.
So I just want to really quickly clear one thing up. So in El Portal, we're looking for longevity with a manager. We want someone who's going to be around a while. We don't want to go through this process every 4, 5, 10 years. So in terms of being retired right now, how long, if you were to get this position, would you intend to work before retiring again?
I really have intention of working 15 to 20 more years. Actually, today is my birthday. Happy birthday. Today, Bob is 63 years old.
Happy birthday, Bob.
Happy birthday.
Happy
I feel like we
birthday.
should have
Go
a
ahead
cake
and
or
bring-
something. Happy birthday.
We're gonna go ahead and bring the next candidate. Thank you so much.
Thank
Mr.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for the opportunity. I look forward to serving you in the very near future.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Council.
you. I know.
Happy birthday to you. This is candidate number 3. Please state your name for the record. Ms. Esteviran?
Yes, my name is Kyla Estevan.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for being with us here today. You will have 2 minutes for your introduction, 3 minutes per question, and 2 minutes for closing remarks. If you need a question repeated, please let us know. To start off, please introduce yourself, share a brief overview of your municipal or public sector experience, and explain why you're interested in serving as the village manager.
Hi, my name is Kyla Estevan. I currently work at the City of North Miami as the admin coordinator and a public record liaison. I've worked there for 2 years. I've done public records requests. I assist in passports. I'm a notary. I also do supervise over election, so I have verification for signatures as well. I've worked with the Miami-Dade County as a subpoena liaison as well, so I was processing subpoenas there. And I also worked with the State Attorney's Office for 3 years in the case screening unit, which was a 24-hour unit. I worked there for a year, then became the lead worker. So we were the first point of contact for defendants and victims and things of that nature.
Everybody's awake now? Just kidding. Now, your first bullet point, it's going to be each candidate, I'm repeating it, so you just, each candidate receives the same question in the same order. Time allowed per question is 3 minutes.
Okay.
Your first bullet point is leadership and management. Question number 1. Describe a time you had to lead a municipality or a department through a difficult changes, such as budget cuts, staff recruiting, or a political sensitive issue. How did you communicate the change, maintain staff morale, and ensure continuity of services to residents?
I would say I have 2 examples for that. The first one was working as a case screener and working at the city clerk's working at the state attorney's office, being there and just being, after 1 year, just being a lead worker. And then because we were a 24-hour unit and we never closed, we had people that would call out, people quit because of the budget cuts around that time. So being that I had to be the forefront of everything, so I would work all throughout the night, still having to support my team, still having to make sure I'm able to train new staff because we had people coming in and out all the time. And even at the city clerk's office, just being given public record liaison out of nowhere, I just came to work and it was like, you're the public record liaison. Not being trained, so I had to learn how to train myself and also be able to manage what I was already given to do, my tasks that were already given. So doing that as well and being able to budget and still being a team player with my other colleagues, because we were at the time doing passports, notaries, and we were supervising of elections, so we were qualifying our candidates for the election year. So budgeting all those things and being able to be there for your staff and also for my supervisors, being their second point of contact as well. Oh, that's it. Yeah.
Municipal experience and operations. Question number 2. What experience do you have with the day-to-day municipal operations, such as public works, building, planning, and code enforcement?
So I would say that the experience I do have is I do work alongside all of those departments. Being that I was doing public records requests, I was always in contact with building, public works, CP&D, basically all the departments within the city of North Miami, ensuring that they follow all the Florida Sunshine laws and making sure they give the requesters their requests that they need within a timely manner. So making sure that whatever they requested, whether it was things from building, whether it was things from planning, those things were in the public records request before releasing them, or if things needed to be corrected or anything like that, I was working alongside them. Also training those departments as well, because when we were given the public records request, these departments didn't really have a liaison, so we had to find liaisons, and I had to train the liaisons on how to properly submit a public request and also train them on redacting as well. That's it.
Thank you. Bullet point number 3, budget and financial management. Question number 3, walk us through your experience with municipal budgeting, audits, and financial oversight.
I would say I don't have much experience in that, but I do have a lot of experience when it comes in to auditing, especially with public records requests, making sure everything is there. So if we did ever get an audit, I had to explain and express what was going on. I will also say when it comes to budgeting, just within within my office, we do a lot of city events, so we had to make sure that we were within our budget and that we can afford the things that we want to give to the community, because we do believe in staying civically engaged within our community, especially with the youth. So we had a budget that we had to stretch. So that was something that I was able to learn a lot about. And also, being that I have a master's in public administration, I do have a lot of background when it comes to those type of things as well.
Thank you. Bullet point, community relations and governance. Question number 4. How would you balance the needs of the residents, staff, and elected officials, especially when they conflict?
That's a powerful question right there. So I'm not gonna lie. So right now, as working as an admin coordinator, I have contact with the public all day long. Like I said, we do passports and we do notary service and we do social work as well. And I do work for an elected official. So I'm kind of always budgeting in between all of these things and having to stay just very transparent and staying in the middle of everything and just watching how everything plays out. So I would say, like, and even with my staff, with the people I work with as well, I would say that just always staying transparent, always hearing everybody out, and always just doing the best that you can at all times. And even if you don't have the answer, trying to find the answer, because I don't believe everybody has the answer at all times. But even if you don't have the answer, try to find the answer, try to assist them in the best way possible. And just within the city of North Miami, there's so much going on at this time. So just being that pillar for people, being the pillar for our staff, and being the pillar for our bosses and the transition that they are going through currently. So I just believe that our residents are important, our council is important, and even the people that you work alongside is important, because when these environments are environments that's conducive to you, then it's like conducive for great growth.
Thank you. Next bullet point, policy compliance and ethics. Question number 5. What steps do you take to ensure sunshine compliance, procurement integrity, and transparency?
Read. That's like, reading is fundamental, I'm not gonna lie. And the reason why I say that is because one of the things that I would say is just don't go based off of what you experience or how people train you, but actually go and read the manuals, read the policies. Never be afraid to ask and to be trained on something, because one of the things that I've witnessed a lot, I'm 27, so I'm kind of young, but what I've witnessed a lot just with working within these different environments and within different places, I realized that sometimes we are either afraid to speak up or we fail to read and get a better understanding. So one of the things that I've learned is like not only just hearing what people have to say, but actually reading it and being able to like dummy it down for myself so that I can understand, to see how I can better explain it to everybody else. Because I do believe that everybody have a different learning style, and if you have a different learning style, it's probably that the situation that you're reading or looking into is probably so simple, but you just not being able to like receive it the correct way. So that's like one of the things that I would say. Thank you.
Then vision and fit. Question number 6. What qualities, experiences, and perspectives make you an ideal fit for this village at this stage?
I would say that my background with, I have 2 degrees in criminal justice as well, so I do have an extensive background with the legal and working at the state attorneys, and also with Miami-Dade Fire Rescue. I have a background with that as well. I'm also an author, so I have a book called Finding Grace in My Process. So I do talk a lot about awareness within the foster home system, so I am very much family oriented. And I do believe that I live in the city of Hollywood, but I also believe that it's very important to create great environments, and I also believe it's very important to even create a nice working relationship between council, residents, and staff. And 1 second.
No, you got it.
And I think, firstly, that I will be a good fit to be a village manager. And honestly, even if I don't get this position, I'm so grateful that I had the opportunity, because it makes me know that I am valued. And because I am young, and personally, I didn't think that I would get a call. But for what it's worth, I'm extremely grateful for the opportunity.
Great. Now you have 2 minutes for your closing remarks.
So that was kind of my closing remarks. But I would, again, I would just like to thank you all for the time. I'm extremely grateful, honestly, because I know that I don't take this for light at all. I know that a lot of 27-year-olds can't do this or probably won't have the opportunity. So the fact that I even had the opportunity, like I said, even if I don't get it, I'm happy that I had the opportunity to speak before you all, and that maybe after this I can be able to introduce myself formally to you all, and just thank you so much for the opportunity.
Are there any questions or comments from the council?
I just have one quick question. On your resume, it says that your MPA is anticipated in June of 2025, but did you?
Yes, I got it in June 2025.
Perfect. Congratulations. And
Thank
also
you.
awesome interview. And I know you got the interview and you say you got the interview, but you earned it. You're
Thank
doing a great
you.
job. And I'm excited to see where your career leads you beyond this.
Thank you so much.
Anyone else from the council?
Hello, thank you for being here. So in your interactions, with building department specifically, public works generally as well, do you feel like you would be able to come in and speak with the building department on a day-to-day basis with everything from new construction, permits being discussed, reviewed, and otherwise notated for advancement or pause, down to and including, basic day-to-day things like people coming in for just permit for plumbing or electrical, things to that effect. If you could just speak a little bit to any experience you have with direct interaction with the building department.
So I would say that being that we do get a lot of calls that come through our office because of like either they're having a building issue or they're having an issue with certain code compliances and things of that nature. So sometimes I would either walk the resident over there and try to see how we're able to better assist them. And sometimes I would ask questions like, so how do they properly like get a permit and things like that. So I'm able to have a day-to-day conversation with them as well. And again, even if I don't have the answer, I'm able to find the answer.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. Oh, are you going to talk first? You can go.
So you've been the go-to person.
I am the go-to person.
You're the go-to
Yeah.
person.
Mm-hmm. I try to be. I think it's very good to, and it's also a learning curve for me. I just believe that even if like in any moment, it's always like a learning moment for me. So even if I don't see, even just being here tonight and just seeing the residents speak, it was very much a learning curve for me. And then watching the prior meetings that I did watch, I was able to learn what's going on within the city. So yes.
Well, you just made me remember me.
Oh.
You did exactly what I did. I'm going, what? You know, that was a long time ago. But you remind me of me.
Thank you so much.
Exactly what I did. Just keep going and keep looking and keep doing and make the circle blend.
Thank you so much.
Hi, Kyla.
Hi.
Pleasure speaking with you. It was really nice. We had a wonderful conversation.
Yes.
I wanted to ask you a few questions. A lot of them are the same ones I asked the other applicants. Basically, I have 20 pages, but I'm only going to leave it to a very few questions. And it's basically because we could talk about budget and CRAs and grants and everything else, but I want to know kind of like about you and El Portal at first. So can you, in just a few sentences, really quick, tell me about a few times when you visited El Portal?
So I was raised in, I consider it El Portal, 3rd Avenue Northwest 75th Street. So I was kind of raised somewhat close to this area, not too much around this area. So being that the most I've experienced in El Portal, honestly, was getting on the jitney as a kid. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not. But I was actually looking into El Portal, and I was looking at your mandates, and I was looking at you guys have a bird destination, and I was looking into that. So I don't have too much experience when it comes to this area particularly, but I was looking into like the historics and things of that nature just to kind of like freshen my mind to see what is in El Portal and what you guys are looking for a city manager and what the city is like, you know, what the city is missing and what I can bring to the city.
Beautiful. So the next question is going to be about a real live scenario. Right now, we're about to have a talk and about an agenda item about a circle. And this circle has to have a manager's input to provide it to the council.
Mm-hmm.
I want to know how, if you were the manager, what kind of advice would you give to the council for this roundabout situation?
So I was kind of, I actually wrote it down, but I left my phone inside, so that's not gonna work. But I was actually looking on the situation about the pricing and it was a bid error. So I was kind of looking into it and seeing what I would suggest. I think that we are kind of already at this point. So what I would suggest is for the future is number one, keeping a tracking, keeping an Excel sheet where we can keep track of what's going on, being very open for the residents and within the council, trying to figure out exactly how much each thing is costing, so that we can keep track of that as well. I think at this point, I was kind of looking into and listening to the meetings before, I don't know if it's overstepping to say, but if they don't, I feel like if they don't meet the time of when they were supposed to be able to provide this service, then I don't see why we can't just drop the service and trying to find another bid that would like another vendor that would be able to provide us maybe with a, with a more reasonable price.
Could you hear us from the other room while we were talking with the other applicants?
No.
All right. Next quick question. So the previous budget you said you worked with on the phone was $20,000, is that correct?
Yes.
Our village operates with limited staff and high millage rate compared to its small tax base, but our budget's a little higher than that. How would you maintain financial stability without increasing the burden on residents?
I would say like within our, because I do work for the city clerk's office, so we do have a specific budget that can cover all the things that we want to do, whether it's events and whether it's for clothes or, like for our uniform and things of that nature. The first thing I would say is always try to speak to the vendors, get prices that are reasonable, finding negotiable places that we can attend and we can go to, looking at grants and things of that nature that we're able to qualify for. So trying to stay within those bounds.
Have you had experience with grants or CRAs?
I haven't had really too much experience with grants and CRAs, but we do work alongside CRAs when it comes to our council meetings because I do prepare the council agenda. So we have our council meeting every second Tuesday of every month. So I'm the one who actually puts the council agenda together, and I also provide the minutes. So that's like when I'm working along them when it comes to making sure that the resolution is signed, the ordinance is signed, the resolution is prepared correctly.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, guys. Have a great night.
Thank you.
This is candidate number 4, Kamitra Driver. Thank you for being here today. You will have 2 minutes for your introduction, 3 minutes per questions, and 2 minutes for closing remarks. If you need a question repeated, please let me know. As a candidate, please introduce yourself, share a brief overview of your municipal experience or public sector experience, and explain why you're interested in serving as our village manager.
Awesome, thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Kamitra Driver, and I am originally from Tulsa, Oklahoma. I was born and raised there. I have been in Miami-Dade County for since 2001. For the last about 10 years, I've served as a city administrator in roles in government that included economic development manager, community redevelopment director, and deputy city manager. Through these positions, I've had the pleasure of creating and implementing redevelopment strategies to revitalize a downtown, to preserve a historic district and a main street, to support small businesses, to recruit and new businesses to the town, to recruit developers, to bring in housing, to recruit developers as public and private partners for a multimodal multi-entertainment center, and I developed vision for the transformation of an underinvested community. All these engagements involved community involvement. It involved resident engagement and required us to maintain consideration for the community's character and charm. So these are qualities in this experience I think are what I would bring to the village of El Portal, maintaining the village's character while understanding how to grow using smart growth for the village, maintaining its beauty, maintaining its quality, and making sure that the quality of life is what the residents desire and look forward to. I'm trying to stay on time. You said 2 minutes.
Each candidate receives the same question in the same order. Time allowed per question is going to be total minutes. 3 minutes, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Leadership and management. Question number 1. Describe a time you had to lead a municipality or department through difficult changes, such as budget cuts, staff restructuring, or a politically sensitive issue. How did you communicate the change, maintain staff morale, and ensure continuity of the service to the residents?
Well, I think anytime you have a challenge and you have to deal with staff and maintain morale, it starts with open and honest communication, being upfront with what's happening, and then building the change around the vision of what it is that that department is its purpose. Specific examples would be with our, I was the community redevelopment director for the city of Homestead. And when I first started, we were trying to figure out where we were going and how we were going to grow. And the way that we wanted to often posed or possibly conflicted with what the community understood as the best interest for the community, for the city, as well as the area we were revitalizing. So it was important for us to make sure that we had community buy-in. It was important for us to make sure that we had clear communication with all the constituents and stakeholders. And that included staff. And staff were engaged in the decision-making, coming up with the vision and the strategies to understand how we can bring about the change that the community so needed, but didn't understand that they needed. So we worked together collaboratively with our leadership, the board at that time, as well as staff and the community to make sure that what we needed to make happen happened with the support of the community and all the stakeholders.
We're on question number 3.
Oh.
We're on budget and financial, I believe is number 2. What experience? You got it.
Budget and financial management. Question number 3. Walk us through your experience with municipal, budgeting
Hold on.
audits.
We're in number 2.
Oh, we're in number 2? Yeah, we are number 2. I'm so sorry. Municipal experience and operations. Question number 2. What experience do you have with the day-to-day municipal operations such as public works, building, planning and zoning, or code enforcement?
As deputy city manager, I oversaw those departments. So my day-to-day involvement with them was every day meeting with them, understanding what was going on, making sure that they were on task, addressing any challenges or issues, creating ways of improvement. We had a challenge with our public works department and some billing, and so we had to figure out why we were losing so much money. And fortunately, we were able to discover the error and then put procedures in place so that we would no longer have that shortfall in that department. That was as a deputy city manager. I also assisted the manager to create the budget for the city during that time. And unfortunately, it was a lean time for the city, which required some creative planning to come up with a balanced budget. And thankfully, we did and did not have to lay off staff. And so those were 2 positives, that we had a balanced budget and maintain our staff level. Another time that I had to manage budget was as a CRA director. I managed a budget that was at one point a little less than the village's current budget, and then ended where it was more than the village's current budget. I created the budget, I implemented the budget, and provided oversight and managed and ensured that we stayed on budget throughout the year.
Budget and financial management. Now we're in number 3. Walk us through your experience with municipal budgeting, audits, and financial oversight.
that wasn't the question we just.
Well,
We could, no worries, no worries. So it was what is your experience? I know the confusion because I
yeah,
came
her
back.
answer to number 2 anticipated number 3, and really, I mean,
She kind of covered
Yeah.
both.
Mhm.
Okay. Are you okay with that? Yep.
Number 4.
So moving on to number 4.
Okay.
Community relations and governance. Oh, because you answered both questions at the same time. Because I asked them almost at the same time. I'm
Right.
sorry. That was my confusion.
Okay.
Community and relations.
That was a good thing.
Okay.
Nice and concise.
Yeah. Community relations and governance. Question number 4. How would you balance the needs of the residents, staff, and elected officials, especially when they conflict?
That's a really good question. And it seems like I've spent my entire career balancing government officials and constituents. Before going to the City of Homestead, I ran a nonprofit organization, and our responsibility was bringing community partners together to work together to collaboratively provide social services within the community. That took a lot of effort, bringing folk from all walks of life, from government down to a resident, and everyone in between, bringing them together to see a common goal and a common vision, and then working to make sure that what we needed in our community was provided through this means. Same with the City of Homestead as the Economic Development Manager and the Community Redevelopment Director. Everything that we did involved the council or that sat as the board and our community. And that was important for us to make sure that whatever decisions or whatever vision that we came up with, that we first brought in the community and got input from the community. When we started our revitalization of downtown, I can't tell you how many presentations I made to the community saying, this is what we'd like to do in your downtown. What do you think? Do you like it? What would you change? Do you support this idea? And so having that engagement allowed the people to feel that they had a buy-in, that this was their vision. So when it was time to move forward with it, they bought into it, they celebrated it when we celebrated it, and they really took ownership for it. And that way we had cohesion between the city and the residents that it served. And I must say that during the time when we started our revitalization project in downtown, our council was unanimous in all the decisions related to our efforts. So every vote, every item that we took before them was unanimous decision. So they were all on one accord, and that was because before we even started the vision, we made sure that they were engaged in what we were doing, and they stayed informed throughout the entire process. So we constantly informed the community, constantly informed the electeds and staff. That was another thing, is that we didn't forget about staff. We made sure that staff was informed about everything that we were doing, and not just informed, but we got their opinions and their feedback. And that, I believe, is how that we were able for about 7 years to be so successful with that revitalization effort, the dream, and then the implementation of that dream, and then to see the fruition of the dream.
Thank you. Policy, compliance, and ethics. Question number 5. What steps do you take to ensure sunshine compliance, procurement integrity, and transparency?
I think that there are no exceptions, that you follow it, and that there's no gray area, there's no in-between. I think it is absolutely critical that everyone involved make sure that they follow those. And whenever someone steers off or looks like they're about to steer off, bring them back and remind, okay, we can't discuss this because of sunshine, but it's important for us just to make sure that we know our policy, number one. You gotta know what the policies are. You have to know what the laws are. And then make sure that everyone, the staff and everyone involved knows what they are. And then just stick to them. Just stick to them. Maintain honesty and integrity in all communication. Maintain honesty, integrity in all dealings with staff, with public, with the electeds, and treating everyone with dignity and respect while doing so. I think that helps us stay on policy, but you got to know what your policies are. You got to know what the laws are. And so it starts with education and then standing by it.
Thank you. Vision and fit. Question number 6. What qualities, experiences, and perspectives make you an ideal fit for the village at this stage?
Well, as I mentioned, my government experience as an administrator, I have worked on budgets. I have worked, as I mentioned, revitalization projects. I've worked from large developments to small single-family home developments. I have been involved with communities and residents and training programs for residents. I understand the importance of the balance between implementing the vision of the council, but then also having a vision for the council and for the community that incorporates what the community wants. I would also like to say that since arrival in Homestead all those years ago, I have been an advocate for the community in which I worked and in which I served. And I solely believe that a city, a village, a town, a community has to be its own best advocate. And so that's something that I would bring to the village of El Portal, is that if nobody ever believes in us, we have to believe in us, and we have to stand up for us. So we have to make sure that we have a seat at the table where it's needed. I would make sure that, the septic to sewer project that the county is doing. It's important for El Portal to be at that table when they're discussing and trying to understand what they are planning for our community. I would address, looking at the budget and the budget shortfall and how can we overcome that? How do we plan for the future? How can we increase revenues? And those are things that I've done before. Looking at our codes and our policies and to make sure that we have the right things in place to maintain the village's beauty. These are things that I've done before. I've done community beautification projects in the city of Homestead and started in the city of Belle Glade. And then also just ensuring that permitting for home ownership is seamless, is effortless, so that our homeowners are able to make the improvements to their properties that they wish to make, so that our community stays beautiful. I have partnered and worked with code enforcement. I oversaw code enforcement. I have worked closely with permitting. Every project that we did in the city of Homestead, it was a collaborative effort between public works, between utilities, between code enforcement, the police department, every single department. Whenever there was a project that I needed to put forward, they were all a part of the discussion. We all worked together. So when we needed to do infrastructure, I had public works there and I worked closely with them. When it was time for utilities or everything. And so that is what I bring, is that experience of working with those departments hand in hand, partnership, collaboration, and understanding how a vision works.
Thank you. Now you have 2 minutes for your closing remarks.
Thank you for this time. I really appreciate you welcoming me into this lovely, lovely community. I am delighted to have this opportunity to speak to you all, to share a little bit about myself. I would come in day one, boots on the ground, understanding the community, understanding the residents, understanding where you all want to take this community. I would come in to not just bring a vision, but you have a vision. And it's important for all of us to join together and implement that vision. I am delighted for the opportunity. As I said, I am an advocate, so I would be one of the biggest advocates for this city. I am not afraid to stand up and say, hey, give us our just due, give us what's fair, give us what we need and what we are owed for this community, and then also to believe in this community. And I used to always say in Homestead, it's like, don't sleep on Homestead. We have a lot to give. We have a lot to do. And it's the same thing with this city. You have your identity. You have your culture. So I would come in to be a part of that, to not change that, but to help that become more and greater, and to be exactly a place where residents can continuously be proud, feel like they are heard, feel like that they are understood, and feel like that they are a part. So thank you so much for this time.
Thank you very much. Comments, questions from the council?
I do. Good evening. Thank you so much for being here. So I would venture to say you're the first candidate we've seen so far that I would be able to ask this next question of you. There are no wrong answers. So it seems like you've done just about everything there is to do, including some oversight of police department and Homestead. Is that right?
So, well, under our budget, under my CRA budget, we had a code enforcement officer, and then we had community policing.
Community policing. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So even with the community policing, there was there any degree of certifications or training that required just standard diligence to be sure that people were in compliance with one type of certification or another? Was there any type of that activity within the community policing force?
Through the police department, yes, they went through trainings. Every year they had to go through trainings. I can't tell you what specific certification they had to receive, but yeah, there was ongoing training for the police department.
Very good. And then on the policy compliance and ethics section, I would just ask if you would agree that maintaining rigorous ethical standards would best serve the community and ensuring that we would have above board relations with vendors and other third parties that would be coming from outside the village to be interacting with us.
Absolutely. And I think that what helps is if we remember that we are governing for the greater good. We're not governing for ourselves. We're not governing for that developer. We're not governing for one particular party. We're governing for the greater good. And if we focus on that, because oftentimes when we steer away from into the gray area or the dark area of ethics violations or doing things underhanded, it's because we're governing with the wrong emphasis and the wrong focus. So for me, I feel like that if we continue to remember that we are here for the greater good, and ethics is absolutely important, and that we must maintain ethical behavior at all times.
Very good. And then my final question, I had it a second ago. I might need to circle back if I can't come up with it in just a few seconds here. I did have a final question, and I'll think of it in a minute, and I'll come back to me again.
I'll help you out. First of all, awesome interview. Thank you so much for considering sharing your talents with us, because they seem to be plentiful. From our conversation, I gather that you have directly been responsible for public works, building, planning, code enforcement, all departments that could use just like another eye to figure out how we're doing and if we're doing what we can do to the best possible level. I think one of the largest issues that we experience in El Portal is the communication between residents, the council, all of those things. So I love how you talk about creating community buy-in from the base level, talking to residents about what they want, building consensus with the council, having frequent communications with the council. I think all of that is lovely. And to that end, I just wanted to know, in your opinion, what do you think is the most effective strategy for building this type of community buy-in that you spoke about, that you achieved at the CRA in Homestead?
The most effective, I believe, is when people feel they have a voice, and they're allowed to express their voice and their thoughts and their ideas, and that they are heard. Even if their idea is not the one that moves forward and is not the one that's implemented, that gives them encouragement to know that at least I'm seen and I'm heard and I'm valued and I'm appreciated. And so if it's not their vision that goes forth or their idea, they can still get behind the overall vision, because if they see how it's going to be, again, for the greater good of the community, then they can often support it and get behind it. And we got to be open. We got to be honest. We got to be trustworthy. And all those things when bringing the community together, not hiding or giving them a sneak preview of what the plan is, but letting them know this is where we're trying to go, this is what we want to do. Give us your feedback and your thoughts.
I love the response. Just a follow up to that, we have a very involved citizenry, and I love it. The folks, yes, the folks in El Portal, they want to be heard.
Yes.
And they want to be able to stop by this lovely village hall and know that their city manager is going to be there. And if not the city manager, someone who is knowledgeable about the questions that they have, they can get those questions resolved. What is your policy as far as meeting with residents, of course, within your hours where you're working, within certain time parameters, but what policy do you have on that?
Oh, I mean, I would be here because of them. So if my policy is I'm here to meet with you. I believe in leading outside of the walls. So you can't lead a city and you're just in your office all the time. So, they don't always have to come to my office. I would be out going to see them. I would be out going to see the business. And then we could create, a forum. One thing that we did with our businesses is that we would have a breakfast for them every quarter. And we'd bring them in, serve them breakfast, and say, talk to us, tell us what's going on. We did the same thing for some of our other constituents in the community, where we had a regular communication where they knew they could come anytime to see me, but they also knew that on this day every month that we were going to have a gathering so they could come in and they could share their thoughts and their ideas, and then also hear from the CRA, because it was important for us because we were doing a lot of development projects. So it was important for us to keep them updated regularly and to get their feedback. Because the last thing we wanted to do was build a monstrosity and then they come and be like, well, that is ugly. We didn't want that. We didn't even know you were going to do that. So by having that ongoing communication, that's how I would do it. I would figure out what works best in this community. But of course, my door would be open. My phone is always on.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Impeccable interview. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. No, thank you.
Anyone else from the council?
Yes, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing all right,
Feeling
sir.
good?
Getting a little sleepy.
Uh-oh. Well, usually these go till pretty late, so if you're a manager, you'll have to keep yourself awake every single third Tuesday of the month.
That's why I have tea with me.
So I got a few questions for you, and of course, you and I had a really beautiful conversation. It was wonderful speaking with you on Friday, and I learned a lot about you, which is really nice. But after going through all the grants, CRAs, different things that you've worked with, I'm going to start with this first question, which is basically about El Portal, because the citizens take it very seriously. It's very different than other cities.
Absolutely.
Tell me about a few times when you visited El Portal and why it's a lovely community.
Well, I'll start with the most recent time, and which was yesterday. Is today still Monday? Yesterday, Sunday. Sunday. I was here driving around the community. And let me tell you, when I moved here, one of the things that I said that I love the most about Miami-Dade and Florida in particular is that everything is always alive and everything is always green. So driving through El Portal, seeing all the greenery, seeing the tree canopies, just lovely. I love how it looks like that homeowners take pride in their homes. They take pride in their yards. That says a lot about a community. I loved it. It was Sunday, so there were a lot of families out walking. So I love the family, how it's family oriented. So it's just a wonderful community. I love the fact that it's small. I like small communities. I like small towns. I feel like you get to know your neighbor, and I just really appreciate it. So those are some of the things that I really found that I really like and enjoy about.
Thank you.
about El Portal.
So you've been to the community. You've seen. Are you familiar with all the craziness we're going through right now? The agenda tonight, for instance.
I have seen some of the items that have been. a little contentious.
So I'm going to throw a real-world scenario at you. We did it with everyone else, so no worries here. Right now, we're about to also have another agenda item about the roundabout. I want to know how you advise the council to handle the roundabout situation.
Right now, how you would handle
This
this
is
as it's coming
hypothetical,
up?
how you would hypothetically recommend a point of action for the council about the roundabout situation.
Explore all of your options. Explore all of your options. Ensure that you have all the information that you need to make a sound, good decision that will be in the best interest of the community. So explore, talk to your attorney and see what potential options are available. And then also look at, maybe think outside the box. I understand that your neighboring city who shares part of that roundabout has not contributed anything to this project. Maybe it's just, has anyone ever talked to them and asked them if they would contribute? Maybe it's a time to reach out a hand and have a conversation with them to say, listen, this is the bind that we're in. Their budget is a lot bigger than El Portal's. Their revenues are a lot stronger and their reserves are greater. So perhaps there's something that they can do to contribute towards it. But my advice would be explore all your options.
Okay. So after we spoke, you said that when you joined the CRA and Homestead, the previous budget there was about between $3 and $4 million, but after you worked there for 5 to 7 years, you brought it up to $7 million. But of course, the CRA's goal is to spend all of their money. Yeah. So how would you be able to operate this village with a limited staff, limited budget, high millage rate, a small tax base? How would you maintain financial stability without increasing the burden on residents?
Well, CRAs are different, and yes, folk love CRAs because that is the goal of the budget, is to spend all your money at the year's end. But I also ran a nonprofit organization prior to joining the CRA, which was completely opposite, and where we had lean years. We had some good years, and then we had some very lean years. And we had to figure out how to make ends meet with whatever small amount we had. Sometimes that takes making difficult decisions. And unfortunately, in government, we have to make those difficult decisions. We have to do it in our personal finances, or at least we should. So we definitely should do it with government finances. It's looking at it, making sure that the money is, we're making good use of our taxpayer dollars. So regular monitoring of our spending. Planning, beginning early on to look at year-end spending, estimating what your year-end spending is going to be, and then begin preparing your upcoming budget based on that. I don't know when you all start your budget process here as far as looking at where you are, but I'm accustomed to starting around April-ish. And looking at, okay, this is where we are, this is where we're trying to get to, and this is what we have. So just making sure that you have your time frames in place, that you start preparing early, that in lean years, tighten the belt and encourage everybody, that it won't always be this way.
Thank you. So one of the things we're looking for here is longevity as the city manager. I saw that you were only at Belmead for 5 months as the deputy manager. And when we spoke on the phone, you said that after 5 months of driving the 2-hour drive from Homestead up there, it was a little much for you to handle. Now, it will be another large drive from Homestead up to El Portal. And I know that it's not going to get any better. As they keep doing construction on 95 and 836, it's only going to get worse. So seeing that there's this propensity before to leave a job after committing to it for the long travel, how are you going to guarantee us that you're not going to leave after 5 months when you have to drive a long period of time to get here?
Well, the difference is Belglade is 108 miles from my home. And El Portal is like 39 miles from my home. If I had an emergency at my house, if I had a medical appointment, if I had business that I needed to conduct, it's impossible to say, okay, I'm going to drive home and take care of this, or I'm going to come in maybe an hour late so I can go to my doctor's appointment. Belle Glade, it was like a 2-hour late, 3 hours, or not at all. You do it on a different day. So my quality of life was tremendously impacted. And I enjoyed working in Belle Glade. I enjoyed the community there and believed that I could, do a lot of good things there. But when my quality of life got so negatively impacted, it was time to make a decision. Because of El Portal's proximity to my house, it's different. I perceive it to be different. Is the traffic crazy? Absolutely.
But it was still over an hour to get here today, right? Without.
Yeah, it was an hour to get here. But again, an hour going 39 miles versus going 108 miles. For me, it was a big difference.
Okay, thank you.
I've also placed the resumes for the residents to look through on the piano, so you guys are free to look at them. Just wanted to note that.
Any other questions or comments from the council? Okay. Hearing
Thank
none,
you.
thank you.
Thank you so much.
That's it. Thank you. All right, thank you. Thank you so much.
Candidate number 5, Mr. David Roseman. Thank you for being here today. You will have 2 minutes to introduce yourself, 3 minutes per question, and 2 minutes for closing remarks. If you need a question repeated, please let me know. Please introduce yourself, share a brief overview of your municipal or public sector experience, and explain why you are interested in serving as our village manager.
Thank you, Mr. Jacoby. I'm David Roseman. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, residents. Thank you for this opportunity to show you and to tell you the things that I would like to be able to implement should I receive the vote, the support of this council. As you all know, I served here as a manager actually almost 9 years ago. And I'm a little emotional because it's kind of a interesting experience to be back here where I spent such great times serving this community. So forgive me if I'm a little, halting in my presentation, but I'd like to begin by saying to you that I have over 30 years of leadership experience in government and nonprofit organization. I served here as a village manager, but I also was the chief of staff of the city manager of Miami, Mr. Arriola. I have worked for the state and the federal government in a number of capacities, particularly that of communicating with the community. I feel very, very proud of the work that I've done in making sure that the communities in which I served were informed of the things that were going on, both things that were positive and things that were negative. When I first came here, the village had not had a audit in the previous 3 years, and we were under the threat of having the funds, the tax dollars, withheld by the county and the state. I remember talking with the council members. They had lots of ideas of things that they wanted to do, and one of the things that I said, we are not going to spend any money until we are certain that there is money to be spent in these kinds of things. My approach to this work is to be very, very conservative, to make sure that what we plan has been informed to the community, and that there are support, and the folks will not feel that things are being done without their input. I have a open door policy. I enjoy working. I have been someone. Let me just say, I have been someone who can come in on the weekends and do whatever needs to be done to make sure that the trains are running on time. So, thank you.
Each candidate receives the same question in the same order. Time allowed, 3 minutes total per question. Leadership and management, question number 1. Describe a time you had to lead a municipality or a department through a difficult changes, such as budget cuts, staff restructuring, or politically sensitive issue. How did you communicate the change, maintain staff morale, and ensure continuity of the services to the residents?
That is a fantastic question. I experienced, I would say, during my time at the City of Miami, after serving as the Chief of Staff of the City Manager, I became the director of a department called NET, Neighborhood Enhancement Team. And at that time, it was right before the economy went bad and we had to make major cuts. And the city manager allows us to make the decisions of who and what were we going to cut. This is a department that had 13 neighborhood centers that were very, very dear to the residents of Miami. And we had to make some tough decisions. Knowing that these things were coming, because they didn't take us by surprise that the economy was going down. We remember those days in 2008, 2009, 2010, when the economy was failing and home values were declining. I knew that we were going to have a difficult time meeting our budget requirements. So I made sure that every year prior to those, we made investments in our own infrastructure. So things like copying machines and even stocking copying papers, etc., was done with the previous budget so that we would have support financial resources to be able to weather the bad storm. The way that we worked around it, I brought everyone together. I make sure that even the person who had the least amount of responsibility in the department understood why we were having to make the cuts that we had to make. And they understood. It was being felt throughout. We, the executives, had given part of our salary to make sure that our folks could survive a little better. But these were things that we could see coming, and we prepared ourselves for those decisions. I think that communication is one of those things that many times don't happen. We see it now with this situation with the government shutdown. There's lack of communication. People don't want to speak. They don't want to have those awkward conversations. I am about speaking. I will stay here until 9, 10 o'clock. And some of you know, because you have been in the council before, and you know that I will let you know exactly what the news is and what things that we can recommend to make things better. So that's my style, that's my philosophy. I was just going to say, my staff always ask me, you say too much. It's like, I would rather say too much than not enough.
Next bullet point, municipal experience and operations. Question number 2. What experience do you have with the day-to-day municipal operations, such as public works, building, planning and zoning, and code enforcement?
Well, as the director of departments that had to do with all of those functions at the City of Miami, it was really easy for me to come over here and be integrated in all of those things. You never know how much, how beneficial it is to have extended amount of staff when you are the only person who has to respond to things, it's like, I would say, David, go and do that, and then I will get up and do that because there was no one else to do it. So there are there are things that are innate to me. I'm kind of a get up and take charge kind of person. I'm not afraid to do those things. I remember when we first had to deal with the millage rate. I had never done that before, in spite of the fact that I worked at the City of Miami, but we had people who were very well trained to do those things, and they managed that process. We had to go to the county, meet with the folks who dealt with this, and I became educated in the process. It was many, many days, hours, working with our financial person, working out, figuring out exactly what was it that we needed to do and how to make sure that all of the new properties, all the new residents were paying their fair share of taxes in El Portal. And we got it done when we got the seal of approval from the county that we managed to do all that we needed to do. I was quite relieved. I was sure that something was going to come back and say, you did this wrong, or you didn't count these people. But we made sure that we got as many people involved in the process from the county and from the state to make sure that we were doing things correctly. I have no shame to say when I don't know something, to say I do not know that, but I will find out. I will learn it. I will figure it out, and I'll become an expert at it. And that's what I have done all my life, not only here or in the City of Miami, but everywhere that I have been. There have been areas that have not been something that I have known to do, but of course, that's what, now with computers and internet, you can learn just about anything. So this is the philosophy, this is the strategy that I follow whenever I'm in a situation where I encounter something that I do not know or I do not master. No shame in acknowledging that.
Budget and financial management, question number 3. Walk us through your experience with municipal budgeting, audits, and financial oversight.
Well, following what I just said, when the budget, at that time, the budget of the village was only $2.2 million. So I was kind of like happy to see that El Portal had grown as much as it had grown. I was very, very conservative. I made sure that whatever the council wanted to do, that we had sufficient dollars to do it, or we would strategize how to do it better. I remember that there was a system that was kind of not very, very well organized, or having the trees trimmed. So I said, instead of just trimming the trees when they needed, let's all the trees be trimmed about the same time so that we could save with volume, so to do it all together. So I divided the village in quarters, and then I said, let's set this out for bid and see how much somebody, a tree cutter, would charge us to do this. Then I asked our solid waste. I said, can you add this to the payment of the daily collection of garbage? And it says, of course. And then that's how I did it. So there was a coordination between the tree cutter by area and the picking up of those tree cuttings that was being done at the same time, and people could see the improvement of how we were doing it, not just one tree at a time, because then the neighbors would say, well, you did such and such, why don't you do mine? Everyone knew exactly when things were going to get done. There was a map that says, this is when your area is going to be addressed, and this is the reason why we're doing that. I did the same thing with street maintenance. There were times when residents would come in and says, I have a hole in my pavement. And says, I'm adding you to the list of things to be fixed that have payment issues, so that we don't have to buy the services of a contractor for 1 or 2 houses. We could do it for the same quarter, and that way we can do it all at the same time. So it was just being able to be prepared to do things from a broader perspective, not just let's deal with things one at a time. Four, I think.
That was number 4?
There.
No, I'm going by number
That
4.
was number 3, I think.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, community and relations and governance. Question number 4. How would you balance the needs of the residents, staff, and elected officials, especially when they conflict?
I'm a great negotiator. I like to get people sitting around the same table and discussing what are the issues that we disagree on and what are the things that we can agree on. And that's one of the ways that I like. And I do it both ways, collectively and individually, because I think it's important that people have the faith and the confidence that whatever their issue is, they can share it with me, and I'll keep their confidence to myself. But these are things that can be addressed, that should be addressed in any democracy. Let's talk about what it is that is happening. There are lots of issues, and I have been in those situations where I am fighting between an unmovable object and a unstoppable force, and how do you bring those two together without having both of them destroy each other? So I think that some of the ways that this can be addressed is just by having not the moment that the situation is happening, but let's keep this process, this protocol active, whether it's something huge, like what do we do with a roundabout, or it's something minor, has to, what kind of furniture, or what kind of colors we want to paint the inside of City Hall. So that's, to me, is an element of communication that needs to be given all the attention that we possibly can to make sure that people hear and understand what the reasons are for making things and deciding those elements that need to be decided.
Policy, compliance, and ethics. Question number 5. What steps do you take to ensure sunshine compliance, procurement integrity, and transparency?
Well, as I mentioned before, I was the Director of Communication for MDX and the Public Information Officer for the Department of Transportation. These were things that were very, very impactful, because nothing can be more impactful than the decisions of government regarding the public right-of-way and how is it being addressed. These kinds of things have a historical presence in our lives. We know exactly what is it that we should be doing or what is it that we should not be doing. And we always have to be very, very careful to make sure that there is no conflict and that we are not in violation of anything that could possibly bring us some serious pain just because we made a decision to have a conversation between two council members or two commissioners or two state representatives, whomever, and to make sure that those decisions, those conversations are done legally and ethically. So I think that it's just a matter of making sure that we know that we can do this or we should not be doing that. And if we somehow begin to slide into a situation that we should be able to call it out and report it to ourselves. We did this, and it was not the way that it should be done. But these are the kinds of things that can be avoided if we have enough training and enough conversations about what are the path, what are the challenges, what are the element of things that we should be looking at, so that we don't find ourselves scratching our head saying, how do we get out of this jam? It's just a matter of just being clear with the how the work should be done, and I have that experience. I've gained it here. I have gained it in other places. So I bring this with me to this job.
Vision and fit. Question number 6. What qualities, experiences, or perspectives make you an ideal fit for the village at this stage?
Where do I begin? I live like 10 minutes away from here. And this is one of the things that I envision myself like I did the first time, coming in on Saturdays, coming in under storms. We had one situation that I was remembering. A big storm came and took out half a tree a couple of blocks from here. And the person had my number, called me, David, half of the trees on my house, what do we do? I had very good relationship with some of the executive of FPL. I call it Eloy Villasuso. I say, Eloy, I have a problem. I need for you to send me one of your repairs. I said, David, it's Saturday, midday. There is football going on. It's like, I don't care. My folks are not only under a tree, but the cables are lost. So if one of those kids gets electrocuted, FPL is going to be, paying through the nose. And I am putting your notice that you are my friend. We went to school together, but this is business. And I need you to send me someone to address this. Within 45 minutes, I had not one, but 2 trucks with their ladders and whatnot, fixing the whole thing. And I had the guy who did the tree collection coming by and picking up the tree, trimmings. So those are the kinds of actions that you can have if you have a good relationship with those folks with whom you have to do business, and they understand that there are going to be time that emergencies have to be addressed, and they have to be addressed. It may be Saturday, it may be your daughter's wedding. Find someone to come and help me with the problem, but it has to be solved, and it has to be solved down. So.
You have 2 minutes for your closing remarks.
Well, okay. Thank you again for this opportunity. It's been a while since I had to think about these things, so sometimes it's kind of fun to look back and say, yeah, these are the kinds of experiences that I have had, and I feel that I should be given serious consideration because I bring in a wealth of experience, knowledge, and a good attitude. I like to have fun while I live. I like to have fun while I work. I think that being a public servant is something that is important, that you do it from the heart and not as a job. So you will see me because I live 12 minutes away from here, it will be very easy for me to come to work and to leave, go back, come back, And so you pick me, you have someone that you can rely that is going to be responsive to the needs of this community.
Thank you, Mr. Roseman.
Any questions or comments from the council?
I have a question.
Councilperson Lightfoot Ward?
Everybody knows that he came with us? Everybody know? That we had him. We had him before. This is a very dear friend. I got it on. You're wanting to come back. Why?
Dr. Ward, as I mentioned to, I don't know if Urbom or I spoke to one of the council members, it was you, and that's basically the way I was driving. We were doing an event helping the homeless in downtown, and but I really wanted to have that discussion, so I pulled over and says, I'm not going to be too wordy. I'm coming back because I have, stuff that I still would like to accomplish. I want to finish. I have unfinished business with the village. So that's the quickest way. I can give you a list of stuff that I was involved in that I was very sad to see that some of them had not moved forward or things have gone in a different direction. But I'm also very excited with all the development that you have right up around the corner. So this will be great. This will be fun. I can see me, rolling up my sleeves, coming here to do some serious work and accomplish those things that you have been planning and wanting to see in your village. Thank you for the question.
Mayor, you remember our dear friend?
Yes, I remember when Manager Roseman worked for
Uh-huh. Yeah, Yeah, we didn't forget you. We missed you, but we
Thank
didn't
you.
forget you.
I missed you too. And since I drive by here every day, it's like, you know, I have this thing, it's like, if I have been working at El Portal, I will be at work now, you know, so I'm supposed to heading all the way down to downtown Miami. So, so this is, I'm excited. Let me put it that way.
Excellent.
Thank you, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Anyone else from the council?
I have a few. So I appreciated our conversation while you were driving and talking about unfinished business when you came here on Thursday at 2 p.m. It was wonderful. It was great having the talk, and we had some good ideas. And I would start this first question asking you to tell me about El Portal, but I already know you know about it. So I'm going to kind of skip that question. I'm going to go on to my second question I asked everyone that came up as the application was, you mentioned earlier the roundabout. As manager, what would your hypothetical solution be to give to the council to kind of fix the situation?
I have some ideas, which it may be premature for me to reveal, because then they'll say, well, remember when you came before us and we were going to hire you, and you said these things, and now it proves that it cannot be done. I'm of that, an elderly man who was very, very instrumental in my success, said to me once, he's an old carpenter, he says, measure twice, cut once. And I'd like to follow that same protocol, that same philosophy. I would want to see, I'm someone who, because of my work with the Department of Transportation, I'm very familiar how those things get done and what are some of the challenges in getting those kinds of projects not to impact traffic or the properties around it negatively. Sometimes we do them, and then it's like, oh my God, this should not have gone there. It should have been some other way of minimizing the traffic flow, et cetera, et cetera. So I would want to get more detail. How far are we? What are some of the options that the contract with that contractor provides? And, you know, with the help of our attorney, you know, we will see exactly, you know, what can be done to make sure that we can remedy the situation. But everything in life has a solution. And I think that it's important to look at things with fresh set of eyes. Sometimes we think that something is just bad and is a problem, and then somebody comes in and says, what if we were to do it on the other side of the street, or something simple? And so all of those options should be explored before we make a final decision.
And so part of the unfinished business conversation we had was that you were part of the original trying to get septic to sewer here in El Portal. Are you familiar with the current status of our septic to sewer and our setbacks?
I have not wanted to ask because, you know, this was something that we sped through a phenomenal opportunity presented itself. We were able to get some monies from the state to further study that project. I was surprised. I was under the impression that things were moving, that we had some consultants that we were paying them to do this, and then come to find out those folks, let me not say they didn't know what they were doing, because they could come back and sue me, but they were not as aligned with the reality of climate change and water rise, and et cetera, et cetera. So a lot of the calculations that I had from them, they had plans here that went back X amount of years, and I said, these things are not what we need to do in this situation. So we stepped back and began to do it. So this is talking about things that I felt that was, I would have hoped that by this time there would have been, you know, areas that would have been already began to get connected, et cetera, et cetera. We know where we were going to put the collecting areas, and we began to do it shortly. But we knew that once the state and the county would start helping us with money, they would not stop it. So we would have done a great advance, a great progress as far as turning El Portal into a sewer community.
So my next question, actually, you previously already answered about the $2 million budget you handled here in the past, and of course, you understand our high millage rate and the tax base and basically the burden on residents. So I'm not going to get into that because you've already answered the question. So thank you for doing that earlier. I'm going to jump on to my last one here. So you were in El Portal for 1.5 years, right? 1.6 years. I want to hear a little bit about how you left.
Well, basically, it was a mutual decision. I had from the very beginning, as I will tell you, if I'm to be chosen, I feel very, very confident on my abilities to do what I want to do here. But the day that you're not happy, you're not satisfied, in spite of all my efforts to communicate openly, etc., if you think that I'm not properly suited, there will be no hard feelings. I am a person who lives in the moment. I like to live happily. I don't have resentment in my soul. You know, there are no old girlfriends that I want to kill. There's nothing of that sort. I live today with the blessings of the Lord to do the best that I can. And if someone is not in agreement with that, then that's fine. Let's part company. I take my toys and go play elsewhere. But that's how I left. It was a decision of the council. There were residents here who had told me, you should have fought harder for your job. I said, why should I have to fight for something that I know that I'm doing as hard as I possibly can? It's a relationship. It's not like when two people are married and the husband feels that the wife does not take care of him, and she says, oh, I'm going to cook for you, I'm going to do this. He said, well, you should have done that before. Why are you waiting until I complain to remedy the situation? So communication from the very beginning, the day, excuse me, the moment that you see something that you don't like, I can be called on the floor about this, and that will be fine with me.
So at first you said it was mutual, then afterwards you said it was a decision of the council.
Well, I didn't want to, I did not resign. The council decided to let me go. So it was a decision of the council. I didn't say, you know, I've had it, you know, it was just, you know, we came to an impasse with some of the things that were being done. I worked really hard to get those meetings and the approval of the residents to do the septic tank to sewer. I was working 7 days a week during that period of time. There were council members who helped me through that process. I could not have done it alone. But when you put that much effort into something, and then there's, you know, I remember one comment from one of the council members saying, you know, there was something that I asked you to do, and you didn't do it. And I'm like, I don't know what could that possibly be. But, you know, everybody has their opinion. And if you ask me to do something and I forgot it, did not want to do it for whatever reason, I needed to know then. You don't wait until this moment, I'm ready to fire you because you didn't do something X amount of time ago. You know, tell me what happened. How did that come to be? But so that's my answer. I said that it was mutual because I didn't oppose it. I didn't go seeking retribution. I didn't speak badly of the El Portal. I do know that I was hurt. I have to acknowledge that. I love this. You know, I love this place. I got along with the chief of police at the time, Jim Morales, and got along with Denise and Joe Geller. It was a wonderful place, and I was 10 minutes away from home, which is, all my friends was like, oh, I'm stuck in traffic. I'm like, ha, ha, ha. You know, I can actually take my bike, come here on my bike. So it was a wonderful situation, and there were so many challenges at the time. But, okay, I don't fit. This is not mine. I'm here on loan, you know.
Thank you, Mr.
So
Roseman. We're going to continue with the comments from the
I have to finish one more
audience.
question. It's just after what he said. You said there was a certain impasse you experienced with the El Portal Council. I just want to, if you could elaborate to make sure we're not at the same impasse, because I don't know what that was. And if
Right.
we're still at the same impasse, there could be an issue, right? So if you could elaborate, I would really appreciate that.
I'm, with all due forgiveness, I'd rather not revisit this because I worked very hard. It's been 8, 9 years since this happened. I worked very hard to push that aside. I know that I'm 8, 9 years older, and I have learned. I'm one of those individuals who learns very well. You don't have to. I don't have to catch my finger on the door twice. You know, making mistakes. Okay, I should not do this again. And but I have improved in my communication skills, in what I say and how I say it, to make sure that everyone understands what it is that I propose to do. And if you're not in agreement with it, I want to know, because I'm not perfect. My mother thought that I was, but you know, that was her. But these are the kinds of things that in any kind of relationship, what I consider to be the most important element is open communication. Open and truthful communication. Thank you, Dr. Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Roseman.
Anyone else from the council? All right. Okay, so we have some questions here from the audience. The first question that we had was about, for all the candidates, about pay. The range is going to be 90 to 150. That has to be negotiated with the contract. All right, so it's not up to them necessarily. It has to be negotiated in the contract, whoever gets hired. All right, all that's with like PTO, how much vacation they get, salary, all that's negotiated back and forth in the contract. Okay. She took him away. Why did she take him away? Why did she take him away? Yeah. Can you get her, please? Tell her. Yeah. So I have a question. Yeah. No. Oh, did he? Okay. Let's get number 1 out here then. Yeah. Hector Roos. Hello, how you doing, Mr. Roos? All right. These are questions from the audience.
Oh, good evening.
Good evening, how you doing? The first one is, tell me of a time how you resolved a city issue which consisted of immediate attention. Provide what was the outcome.
Could you repeat that one more time?
Tell me of a time how you resolved a city issue which consisted of an immediate attention. Provide what was the outcome.
Okay. One idea that comes to mind was I mentioned earlier about contaminated parks in the city of Miami. Put it to you this way: working with one of the homeowner associations there that had one of those parks that was closed right before Christmas. So the question of reaching out to neighbors, organizing a meeting with neighbors and stakeholders at the city hall, kind of surprising the local government there to actually to basically approve funds for immediate remediation. So I mean, actually put things into an emergency capital improvement plan. To put it into, that's one, and then those like that, an example like that is what comes to mind for me. But if I was going to say, after the hurricanes, after some of the hurricanes where we've had substantial damage because of falling tree limbs, besides just going out and asking for people for help, the more important thing is actually power's out. How can people help? Coordinating with the homeowner associations, with local public safety and law enforcement, I mean, these are, we've grown up here, and everyone, if I grew up here in South Florida, so these are experiences that either in emergency situations or in the practical situations that I can point to in regards to immediacy of getting to a solution.
All right, thank you very much. Next question is, how would you disclose any conflicts of interest, and would you be able to perform your duties ethically in the event of any said conflicts?
Well, the first of all, conflict of interest is if there is a situation with a conflict of interest, not that one comes to mind, but I would consult with our attorney, the municipal attorney, for what the guidelines are of whether something like a situation arises that could be a conflict of interest, and what would be needed to avoid the appearance, or because to me, the appearance of a conflict of interest, the appearance of impropriety is enough to that it needs to be taken seriously at that step. But the proper way to do that in a municipal government is take the advice of counsel. So that's. I hope that answers the question. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And the next one, second to last, was asking, did any applicants, so did you go to the El Portal website to view the manager's budget and reports to become more familiar with El Portal? Have you looked at the manager's budget and reports?
Yes, yeah, I have.
Okay, let's answer that. And the last one, are you the same Hector Roos that ran for governor of Florida?
Long story short, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's get number 2.
Thank you, everybody.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, the first question that we're asking, do you think that might be a little redundant? Because it kind of lines up with the first one that the clerk asked?
Yeah, to tell me a time how you resolve a city
Yeah.
issue.
I think it just kind of leads them down the path of telling us.
I
They
got
already
you.
told us.
I got you.
Okay.
I got you, no problem. I think that might have been only for him, though, also. So I think we're good. Number 2 is not, send out number 3. It's all good. Send out number 3. Oh, number 2 is coming, all right. Hi, how are you doing?
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Great, how are you, Mayor?
Questions from the audience, from the residents. The first one for you is, what is the future you see for El Portal?
I think El Portal has a very, very bright future. I think it's going to take some leveraging both inside the organization and outside. I think the ability to be able to partner, to be able to bring federal, state, and local governments together in unity is going to be paramount. I think working closely with the council, it's going to be a very, very bright future. I think El Portal is a quiet-spoken gem that most people are really not aware of. It's golden. It's an opportunity. I see progress. I see great things. And I would really like to be a part of that success and a part of that progress. Again, I want to be your next El Portal manager.
Okay.
I will work within my power, leveraging both internal and external, motivating staff, bringing together our partners, bringing in additional funding. There's a lot of untapped market for El Portal. Philanthropic organizations, the federal government, Department of Justice. There is a lot of untapped opportunity for the market here. Again, it's an unspoken gem. I would be delighted to join you. I think there's a lot of opportunity here. There's a lot of opportunity for growth. There's a lot of opportunity to make El Porto our future, the future, and I think it's very bright.
Thank you very much. Two more. The second one is, how would you disclose any conflicts of interest, and would you be able to perform your duties ethically in the event of any such conflicts?
Any conflict, there needs to be full disclosure. There needs to be full transparency. I come forward with complete transparency, quality decision-making based on facts. I think it's very important that all decisions are based on the facts at hand.
Thank you very much. And your last question is, have you been to the El Portal website? Have you looked at or read the manager's budgets and reports?
I'm sorry, would you repeat that again, please?
Have you been to the El Portal website and looked at the manager's budgets and reports? Have you looked at the budget or any of the manager's reports?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Thank
And again, as I indicated during my first presentation, I would like to be the first to provide you guys with a budget amendment. It could be through a $5,000 donation in terms of reducing the salary for the role. In other words, instead of accepting the minimum salary of $90,000, I can accept $85,000. Again, this is my life's work. This is my passion. This is stuff that I enjoy doing. I enjoy bringing in partners, professionally networking, adding quality of life for the residents here of El Portal. I have watched the budget very closely. I think there is significant progress that can be made in the budget. I think the budget can be, quite frankly, reduced in some of the budget line items. If you looked at them and if you work with the you work with the program directors, there's opportunity there for us to tighten our belt. There's opportunity there for us to make additional progress with the current budget. There's opportunity there to bring in foundation money. There is opportunity there to bring in federal money. There is opportunity there to bring in state money, but you need to leverage those partnerships. Yes, I am familiar with the budget, and I would really be delighted to work with the staff on amending the budget.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Let's bring out number 3.
Thank you guys again, and thanks for having me.
Thank you very much. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
2 quick questions from the residents.
Yes.
The first one is, how would you disclose any conflicts of interest, and would you be able to perform your duties ethically in the event of any such conflict?
The first thing I would do is remain transparent to notify the council and notify the resident if needed that I know this person or I know of this person. Working at the state attorney's office, we are the first point of contact when someone is arrested. So sometimes, unfortunately, I would know these people sometimes. So when you do that, you just notify your supervisor and let them know that you do know the person and you won't handle the case.
Thank you very much. And the last question is, have you viewed the budget, or have you read any of the manager's reports that are on the website?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Driver.
Hello, Mr. Mayor.
How you doing? All right, so two quick questions. The first one is, how would you disclose any conflicts of interest, and what would you, and would you be able to perform your duties ethically in the event of any such conflict?
Any conflicts of interest for me?
Yeah. How would you disclose any conflict of interest that you have for you, and how would you be able to perform like your duty with that conflict being around? existing?
I would disclose them, I guess, in writing, and I don't believe I have any. So, but
You know, if it ever came up, I think they were asking like if anything ever came up while you had the position, a conflict of interest, like how would you disclose it, and how would it affect your job performance? How would you be able to still perform your job ethically?
okay, it depends on when it was. So, if it was something that was outside of a meeting, then I would advise you as mayor that I had a conflict for an item that was coming up on the agenda, for an example. If it was in a meeting, I would immediately disclose it and probably, excuse myself. It depends on when the conflict arose and what it was.
Thank you very much. And the last one is the budget. Have you viewed the budget, and have you viewed any of the manager's reports?
Yes and yes.
Okay, thank you very much. How you doing, Mr. Roseman? All right, so the two quick questions for you. This is from our residents. The first one is, if you had a conflict of interest, how would you disclose it, and how would you go about performing your duties ethically with that conflict of interest should one arise?
Well, this will be a very easy problem to have. Let's assume that the council chooses a consultant or a contractor with whom I have had dealings with. I would, let you know. I says, full disclosure. This is my cousin, whatever, and so I'm not going to even participate in any discussion regarding, his ability to do this work. So this is ethical issues are very easy for me to address, because the environment in which I have worked most of my life has been one where those concerns are very, very important. So I make sure that even when I'm talking with my family, my brother and sister, that I keep the information confidential, because I don't want to soil, stain the process by sharing with someone that should not have been made aware of those decisions. So.
Okay, thank you. And the last question is, have you looked at the budget, and have you read any of the manager's reports?
To be very honest, I wanted to, because I was curious, but I abstained because I wanted to come to you with a pure heart. I didn't want to come in with any kind of bias of what are things being spent, et cetera, et cetera. I did not look at the budget the first time that I was here. I knew that we had not done an audit, and that was the only thing that concerned me, but I figured that there will be time to address whatever is in the paper. It's already been spent or committed to, and I said this, I want to come in with the enthusiasm of tackling whatever problem I may find. So I chose not to get too involved get too far into the weeds, so to speak, so that I could be enthusiastic and full of energy to do this work.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, council. Thoughts, comments
For me, there are two, first of all, great interviews all around, but for me, there are two viable candidates that seem to have the mastery to be able to show up on day one and kind of do the job, and that would be David Roseman and Kamitra Driver. So I think, at least for me, we can narrow the conversation down to a selection between those two.
Anyone else?
Yes, I actually agree with Councilperson Martin. It does seem that as far as looking for someone who can step in to fully function on day one, I do agree that the two candidates would be Ms. Driver and Mr. Rosemond. I will say that for me, I do put Ms. Driver as the first choice and Rosemond as the second. I feel exceptionally comfortable with her ability to stand here and answer every question posed to her in a clearly experienced and ready manner, while also being able to handle that kind of on the spot. So I would say that I'm most impressed with Ms. Driver so far.
If I may, as a second to that, I completely agree with that. The nuanced way in which she answers those questions, so it shows a significant mastery on the topic, even when it came down to answering about whether or not she had a conflict. The way she parsed through that question as far as when it happened and what it would trigger, I mean, just beautifully done, and the type of leadership that we need. I also really like her commitment to being open to residents and having an open door policy. I think that that's something that we've been missing, that's been the source of a lot of the conflict and angst, and I get that, and I think that that is a solution to that problem as well. So I agree with you that I would place her at number one.
And I will add just one more addition to along the line of what you're saying in terms of her nuanced ability to answer the question. So, even the question regarding the agenda item tonight, which is borderline whether or not we should be presenting that question to candidates tonight, her response, I believe, was the most professionally competent answer, in that she gave us the answer without stepping into the quagmire itself by saying explore all solutions. So I know that there was another candidate who also talked about exploring all solutions, but the way she put it was noteworthy and impressive.
Anyone else?
We know that David was with us once, right? Yeah, we know that David was with us, so it's nothing negative about him. It's just that his presentation was what it was, and as my colleague just indicated, it'd be interesting to see how, I would like to see how Ms. Driver conducts. We know what David can do. We know that he's available. We know. But her presentation told me that let's give her a chance.
All right.
Anyone else?
So after the 20 plus phone calls I made to the qualified people, those who are trying out for this job, these two are the most expensive, what their own words out of their own mouths. And I'm a little worried right now because one, Kamitra did quit her job as deputy manager after 5 months because it was a long drive from Homestead to Belle Glade. And just to let you know, that's a long drive that's not in city traffic. Most people don't want to drive in city traffic. They'd rather have a long, easy drive than city traffic. So now we're looking at the same exact thing about to happen where she drives from Homestead to help Portal, and she hasn't witnessed all the traffic she's about to have. So if she already has a pattern where she has quit a job after 5 months as deputy manager, and suddenly she's going to another job that's also very far away, how are we going to get a guarantee that we're not going to have to do this whole process again in 6 months? So that for me is a no-go. It's not even a possibility. Second is, David is very well knowledgeable when it comes to the city, But the fact that he had an impasse with the council, would not speak about the impasse, means that there is something else that could possibly be being an impasse with the council at the current time. So then further, he was not caught up with our budgets or our issues or manager records, and it was for emotional reasons. And I think that the people who showed up today and were caught up with the agenda, they caught up with the budget, the manager's records, these people are already invested into El Portal, and they showed that. I think it's important that whoever we choose, that they are completely knowledgeable about what is the current situation.
Do I have a motion?
Yes, I do have a comment. The first candidate that we saw was a good candidate, but he forgot to or neglected to register his own business that he claims to be his primary source of income from 2011 to now. The city manager role requires you to remember lots of things, and this should be an important thing that he would remember in his own life, so that gives me pause. I think our second candidate was great. She's young. I skipped over the second candidate. The second candidate was great, but his experience is localized to housing. I have a question mark about that. Third candidate is really great. She's young, would love to see her in another capacity, maybe if we build out the staff for the city. Ms. Driver, as we said, was just an impeccable candidate, and I understand that 130 miles is quite different from 30. So with that being said, I would make a motion that we extend the interim city manager position to Ms. Kamitra Driver tonight.
I would second that motion.
We have a motion, we have a second. Madam Clerk, may I please have roll call, please?
Roll call. Councilperson Winters.
No.
Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Councilperson Erbaum.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martin.
Definitely, yes.
Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1.
All right, thank you very much. Can you please tell the candidates to come outside? First, I just want to say I want to thank all of you all for coming out. I want to thank all the candidates. All of you all had very impressive resumes, and your interviews were very, very impressive. Appreciate all of you. We don't take that lightly. We know it's late. We know that you guys have been here, and you guys have been in that room most of the night, and we appreciate you guys taking your night out. We've decided to go with Ms. Driver. Congratulations. We appreciate you. You and I will have a discussion. You'll have a discussion also with the attorney and with the clerk, and so we'll start to sort things out in that aspect. You all, thank you all very, very, very much. And this might not be the last time we see you all. You never know what the future holds in other capacities, and so you all keep doing what you're doing. You have a bright future ahead. You have a wonderful history with us. We appreciate all the work you've done, and you. Keep doing that consulting, and keep holding those managers and those mayors' feet to the fire.
Mayor, you need to, as a council, decide what you're going to do to move forward to negotiate with your choice.
Yeah, I'm going to. So we just want to say we appreciate all of you. Please stay with us. The four of you guys are free to go, or you're welcome to stay till the end of the meeting. It's up to you. All right? But we really appreciate you all. Thank you very, very, very much. So when it comes to the next step in the procedure, you guys, we need to talk about the contract and negotiating the contract. Attorney Geller, if you want to jump in here, you can jump in also. I would say, so normally it's the mayor so it has to be a council person who's a point person negotiating the contract. I believe that my vice mayor is the intellectual heavyweight here on this council. And and if she doesn't mind, Vice Mayor Martin, if nobody has an objection, I think you should be the one to negotiate the contract.
I'd be happy to.
All right, thank you very much,
Yeah.
Madam Vice Mayor.
But we're all the intellectual weight on the council.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you. So Clerk Jacoby, Attorney Geller, you guys get in touch with Vice Mayor Martin. Attorney Geller, is there anything you want to add with the procedure?
No, sir, I think that's fine. The only thing I would say is, depending on if we can get it done very quickly, I mean, there is a legal holiday tomorrow, a very important day, Veterans Day, but it's at least possible that we might be able to get the contract on the agenda for the meeting next week, the regular council meeting. That would certainly, if possible, that would be our goal. Having said that, I also recognize that our selection needs to be able to get whatever it is that we do to her council for review. So I don't want to promise it, but we'll certainly work with the vice mayor to see if that can be.
I'll make myself
possible.
available, so I'm willing to move as fast as you would like.
Yeah. And remember, the good thing about it is, right, you guys can do this by Zoom. So, you know, it doesn't have to be in person when you guys are like kicking this off. All right. Sounds good. All right, you guys, let's move on to the G1. We reversed the F1, the G1, so the G1. So this is the resolution. Attorney Geller, do you have that in front of you? I can bring it over to you. All right.
This is now the G item, previously F, a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of El Portal, Florida, of Miami-Dade County, Florida, approving change order number 1 in connection with professional engineering services for the Horace Mann Middle School safety roundabout. Project number 21-2211 for the Village of El Portal, Miami-Dade County, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date.
All right. Can I get Mr. Thampi and Mr. Rubio up here just in case any questions arise? You guys, as a council, we went through this. There were a lot of questions that came up. We're going to see if we can get more clarification tonight. But what I want to really focus on is we kind of have just a decision to make, all right, which is, number one, do we want to move forward with it or not? And are there any outstanding questions? And is there any way to find a way that this can be repaired to the point where we're comfortable with this in any sort of way? It's kind of like the 3 outstanding areas I kind of see. Attorney Geller, if you want to chime in.
Yes, sir, and let me just make a correction, although it reads that way. These are actually for contractual services. The money is not going to the engineers. The money is going to the contractor to complete the work. So let me just say, Mayor, I mean, I understand that some people wish that this project had not been entertained. And some people wish this project had not been done. But the council voted to do that in 2019. I wasn't here either at that time. And it's taken a long time, and it's close to being done. I do have to say to the council, whether or not you think that there should be some further action, whether or not you think that we should seek any kind of cost-sharing, reimburse, or anything of the kind, this is $166,000, 60 or 67. We will lose $300,000 in a grant if this project is not completed by, I don't know the exact date, but it's in the month of December. We already have the low bidder here. The second bidder on the project was as much higher as I think the amount of this change order, and they would have charged the same amount to get this completed. So our ability to rebid it not only is not physically in existence, but there's no reason to think we would get a better price rebidding it. What we cannot do is leave a street that's been torn up and that's being in the process of being restored half finished. From a liability standpoint, any car driving through this intersection that had a problem, had damage to the vehicle, much less some injury because we didn't complete a project, is a horrible liability for us. Now, I don't know how we got here. I wasn't here when it was voted. I'm not sure why it took so long. There's a lot of factors, but we cannot leave a street unfinished, and we can't cost ourselves double the cost of this change order by losing a grant. We also had a completion date from the contractor of December 8th. We hope they might be able to do it sooner. If they're not done timely, depending on if that needs an adjustment, because it's now a couple of weeks since we were supposed to approve this.
Jump in 1 second, Attorney Geller. I need to extend the meeting. You guys were past 11. That's what I was saying, Tom. Do I have a motion to extend?
I move to extend the meeting to 11:30.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Please continue, Attorney Geller.
So just to finish, I don't know if that December 8th date is still applicable. If the contractor does not finish timely, based on whatever the time extension is, hopefully maybe they can keep to the same date, they will pay us liquidated damages. They have to finish. But counsel, we cannot leave the street unfinished. We can't do that. Whatever else we might contemplate, and I'm happy to discuss that individually with you on the record. I've talked to some of our citizens about it after the last meeting, and I'm happy to continue doing that. I understand there's confusion and there's, unhappiness, but we can't undo the project. We can't not finish it. Please protect the tax dollars of this village by voting to complete this project. I don't make a plea like that ever, but the liability to us is just too great for me not to speak up.
Amen.
CFO Taubenfeld, I know that there was questions last time about where is this coming, like the money for this is coming from, and just explain how the CITT and all that.
CFO Taubenfeld, to answer your question in short, Mayor, the CITT funds are funded by the county. These are funds that are allocated annually to the county, from the county to the village, which is allocated on that 80-20 split, 80% going to transportation, 20% to transit. As it relates to the specific project, the initial cost was $252,000. Speaking from memory, I believe we had budgeted $320,000 on the original budget, leaving that placeholder for a possible change order. Lo and behold, we had one. As far as the answer as to where the additional funds are going to come to pay for the excess, it's going to come from the CITT funds, which is Miami-Dade County. It'll probably take the village a year to recoup the excess funding based on the amount of money that we had in reserve, what we've collected against what we've actually had to spend. But to answer everybody's question, the funds do come from CITT, from the county, nothing related to ad valorem or real estate taxes.
That's good to understand, because I think a lot of people think this is taxpayer dollars when it's not taxpayer dollars. Now, it doesn't mean that the CITT funds couldn't go for something else if this didn't exist, but just to be clear, this is not taxpayer dollars where they'd be coming from. Questions, comments from the council? You also have Mr. Rubio and Mr. Thampi here.
I mean, I guess my only comment is, you know, I've had some time since the last meeting to, you know, talk myself off the ledge, basically. But I agree with, you know, I agree with the attorney's assessment that that this is going to be a hard pill to swallow, but it's got to be dealt with, and there will be opportunities to further develop that intersection, that entire avenue, more to our liking as we go forward in the future. But it does seem that we need to address this, even though it's not an outcome that we that we're looking forward to. But we certainly need to be getting moving forward here.
Anyone else questions or comments from the council?
I don't have a question. I just ditto what my colleague said.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? from the
So, Councilperson Erbaum, I agree with you, but we cannot develop the intersection in the future according to the contract they signed with Miami-Dade. Is that correct? We can't add trees, we can't change the development of it. We basically stuck with that design because we made that contract with them?
Yes, you made the commitment not to put a landscape island in the middle of that roundabout.
So we can't do any kind of changes probably?
It's a county road,
Yeah.
yes.
Councilman, we don't have a right to make changes, but there's nothing that says that we cannot approach the county if we have some reasonable design alternative for further future changes. My understanding is the concern about landscaping in the middle has to do with visibility. And I might certainly happy to be corrected if that's incorrect.
It's for large vehicles using that and first responder vehicles.
But
going through there.
that said, if we, you know, wanted to do something that did not pose any possible traffic or safety hazard, you know, the county has been, I mean, they're now funding to a lot of money this septic to sewer that we're trying to do. If we, you know, so we obviously, and I don't like to be unduly complimentary, but it is a fact that our mayor, as president of the Dade League of Cities, enjoys a particularly good relationship with the county mayor, who has the ability to direct staff. So I wouldn't go as far as to say there is no possibility that we could have any further improvements, particularly if it wasn't right in the center in the island, but maybe things could be done around the edges. It is certainly something we're entitled to inquire about, and while we don't have the ability to force it, we certainly can request something that's reasonable if, as we move forward, that's something that the council and the citizens want to see.
So the statement is illogical about plans for safety, because simply putting grass in the medians was denied, which does not stop traffic, does not stop buses, but we filled it with concrete, right?
Oh, pavers.
Well, on the medians in
Yeah,
between the
yes.
roads on the outside of the inside concrete, the medians over there are just filled with concrete, not grass. But grass wouldn't preclude a bus from driving, or it wouldn't cause a hazard, but we're not allowed to have that
Well,
either,
it'd be
correct?
It'd be torn up if you had vehicles going through it. If you had to have vehicles going through it, then it'd be torn up over time.
Pavers are typically not concrete. The idea is that pavers typically are used because they are permeable, and that is a little different than.
No, it's solid concrete. It's in the center, that is pavers. On the outside of it, in the medians, those are all solid concrete.
Yes.
Yes, it's ugly as sin. It's the worst thing you've ever seen. The middle is not bad looking with the pavers, but the outside is just concrete. And I don't see why we made a contract with the city saying we won't put grass in. I mean, talk about Tree City USA having no plants right there in that section. Can you
Their
please?
traffic department,
No, it's not your time to speak.
their traffic department has certain things that they demand for safety reasons. But again, as long as it's not just grass that would be torn up, could we possibly use pavers to replace some of the concrete as long as it was still a hard surface that would not end up being nothing but ugly mud, which would be what would happen if vehicles during rainy season were consistently running over just grass? I would think that as long as we had a sufficiently hard but possibly permeable surface, that we could at least get some consideration for that. I certainly can't guarantee that.
That would be
but
lovely. It would
I
be.
am saying that it is possible that we could get what's done in the island to be possible around
Unfortunately, they'd
some
have
of
to
the
tear out the entire things. They've already been filled up with concrete to the top, and we don't have the money, or we don't want to spend the money to redo those exterior concrete sections. But I agree with you. It would be nice to have pavers there, but I don't think we're going to pay for that.
Can I just mention something? I do love, Councilman Winters, you're always thinking of like innovative things to do, and I think that that's great. And we need to continue to explore those things. But I do want to take us back to the decision that's at the core, and I want to do it before time runs out. I do take the Attorney's Council very seriously, that right now what we do have is a significant liability just kind of out there in the middle of the city. I've seen the emails from residents who are finding it difficult to traverse the area, who have already found this to be hazardous, or a possibility for it to be hazardous. I take that seriously. I think we are in the position that we're in right now, and we can continue to discuss the innovative solutions to bring it closer to what you might think is aesthetically pleasing. However, as it relates to the issue at hand, I do think we do have to do all we can to keep our residents safe and insulate the city from liability, and also protect those funds that might be lost. So in that vein, I would like to make a motion to approve change order number 1 in connection with professional engineering services for the Horace Mann Middle School safety roundabout.
construction services.
Thank you so much.
I'm going to go to the audience, but do I have a second?
I will, yep.
Do I-
No, that's right. Lightfoot Ward seconds.
Lightfoot Ward, second the motion. Okay, let's open up to the audience, you guys, for questions, comments. You guys can come forward. Just say your name and address for the record. The floor is yours. Are we good with this mic? Are we working here? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The mayor and I had a conversation about this project. I don't know if anybody in the council has visited the site in the last week, but I was I got a message from a resident who told me that I should go back up there. I hadn't been there in a while. Basically telling me that there was a sort of a unideal version of symmetry in the completion of this circle, as well as what one of the workers then told me was going to be 18 large-scale decorative lights. So I didn't realize that the circle was going to have an electric utility component on top of the engineering and road construction component. I humbly disagree with Mr. Geller, who I like a lot, and I also respect. I mean it. I also respect. I also respect Mr. Taubenfeld's comments, but I think that something was omitted there. CITT funds, no, they are not ad valorem tax dollars, but they are money that is allocated to small villages just like ours to deal with pedestrian transportation, the 80-20 split that was alluded to. We get about about 105,000 a year, something like that, about 105,000 a year. This project, minus the FDOT grant of around 300,000, is now at $730,000. So 730 minus 300 equals 4+ years of CITT funds that we're not using on any of the other pedestrian 80% or transportation 20%. And the previous years, I'll contextualize. the previous years that we have that were input in the legislation as written that was passed in July, that was from years that we did not get because we were not in compliance. We did not give our audit correctly for the CITT to fund us. So Miami-Dade said, until you give us the papers we need, then we cannot fund you. So that $300,000 some odd dollars from the CITT was money that we could have used in an 80-20 split for transportation or for pedestrian improvements. So that's a lot of money that we could have used for other things. So I appreciate the mayor, and there's another council person who did communicate with me. They were interested in the emails of the public records that I had requested. I made the request in August. I received the request incomplete about a week ago. So I did mention it last week. I thank those of you who inquired about it. That list of emails indicating so many things that are really kind of cause a lot of questions in my mind. Also, however, indicated that Miami-Dade County rejected our previous requests for speed mitigation because speeding was not an issue. Now, I know that some people, I live on the west side, every once in a while we hear it in the middle of the night, somebody's got a new car and they're gonna stretch its legs. It might be you, councilperson, or I don't know. Probably not this time. So we do hear it every once in a while, but it's never been during school hours where things are under control. It has never been that. So they wouldn't even give us 4 stop signs at that intersection because they said that we did not meet the requirements for 4 stop signs, that according to them, only 2 stop signs. So we had an opportunity, however, if speeding was of such an issue, to put a patrol officer there and to cite anybody who's speeding unreasonably or whatever the criteria would be. We did not do that. We have never done that, or at least I've never seen it in any mornings that I've gone by. But that could have been money, and if safety were an issue, gosh, that would have gotten it through people's heads by hitting them in the pocketbook that they should not be speeding there. So then, we, through the leadership of some of the people who are on the dais, were able to get our speed limit in the village reduced down to 25 miles per hour. The traffic and transit study done by Miami-Dade was prior to getting the speed limit down, which means it's theoretically even less dangerous now. So in interest of wrapping things up, I got T-minus 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2. And in interest of wrapping things up, I would suggest that you guys think about this as what is the quickest between point A and point B in terms of finances. I have never known a public works project that hasn't gone way, way, way over budget. And when I read that the traffic circles of a larger size, larger intersections in South Dade and in North Miami were under $400,000, that gives me pause. I think that if traffic and speeding is really the issue, and there's nothing wrong with wanting to beautify thank you, Vice Mayor.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong with wanting to beautify the village. Nothing wrong at all. But I would argue that it's not a priority if we are running at deficit or if we've got 6 years of CITT money that could be used elsewhere than on this, especially when the result, and this is the penultimate thing, when the result is, if I may show you what it looks like right now.
Thank you. Now you can go. I live next to it, so you can go. There you go.
don't know if you've been there, Councilperson.
Would you like me to show you the pictures that I took there?
Yeah, you can see
I
it's
was there.
completely off symmetry.
I was there.
The inner circle is about 4 feet, maybe 5 feet further north than would be the center of the intersection. So I say that we should not put good money after bad. I thank you for your indulgence, Vice Mayor. Saw you once in the car.
I appreciate you. You gotta give everybody.
Here's the
credit.
video. I was there.
So the video does not exactly show, but I know I know what you're saying. Anyway, thank you for your time. I think it would be much better and much more effective if we had cobblestones in that intersection the way we do on like 87th and Northeast 3rd or Northeast 4th, where anybody who drives on 87th slows down, especially if they've got expensive eggs in their car from Publix. Thank you for your time.
Anybody else know it? Say your name and address for the record, please.
173 Northwest 88th Street. 12 years I've been there since I was 12 years old. Right, okay, so roundabout's here. We have to pay for the roundabout, no matter what happens, because it's already in construction. And like I said last meeting, if your house is if you constructing your house and the contractor say you need more money, you gotta give him more money, or you don't got no house that's finished. You gotta stay in an Airbnb. So we gotta give the people their money. So, thank you for being here again so that we can abuse you just a little bit. But every time we talk about the roundabout, some of us care about how pretty it is and how beautified it is. We don't have any money. You get to interrupt me anytime you want to because I interrupted you. And fairness is fair. And I love it. So, you keep coming at me and we're going to have a good time about it. But I'm going to keep talking because I get to talk now because I couldn't talk before you said, but I'm going to talk now. In fact, I only got up to talk now, sir, because this is my time to talk, so I get to talk about it. So the fact that we want to beautify, we want to spend more money on something that everybody is complaining about we spending too much money on, the contractor said we needed more money. And then, no matter how much we talk about it, no matter how many times people are like, oh, we really didn't want it, we didn't care for it, we didn't really want it in the first place. Hey, how are you doing? He's so cute, I love him, right? You just keep talking about beautifying it. When we beautify it, we have to spend more money. I don't know if we keep saying the same things over and over again. We're in a deficit. You want us to give salaries of $67,000 and beautify the roundabout and have a roundabout? You want it a lot, son. We little El Portal, 12 by 4. They told me 12 by 4. I think they told me we 12 by 4. And, but here we are again. And every time we talk about this, you come with the same thing. Let's make it pretty. We didn't want it in the first place. The city didn't want it. One of the residents said she went to Miami Shores Council, and they talked about it for 5 seconds and laughed at us. But you want to beautify it. How beautiful you want it to be. I'll go put a flower pot there if you want to. We can make that pretty. I'll put 4 flower pots if you need to. Because if you want to beautify it right now, you're going to have to beautify it by yourself. We don't have enough money to beautify it. That is a problem in El Portal. Now, I saw beautiful things in my little trail. There's a little trail. I saw beautiful things, lots of things added. But the people who are flooded and still have holes in their streets, still flooded and have holes in their street, and you want to beautify the roundabout, we need money to pave the roundabout, not beautify it, to pave it. That's what we need money for. That's what we talking about. And every time we talk about it, you talk about beautifying it. That's my time. It's up. I don't want to beautify not a daggone thing, but I will put a flower pot or 2 if you need me to. Amen.
Anyone else for public comment? Okay. Bringing it back to the council, we do have a motion moved by Vice Mayor Martin, and it was second by Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Are there any last comments or questions from the council? All right. Hearing, seeing none. Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Roll call. Councilperson Winters.
No.
Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Yes. Councilperson Erbaum.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martin,
Yes.
Mayor Nickerson.
No.
Motion passes 3-2.
All right, thank you, guys. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Moved by Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Mayor Martin. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The special council meeting for Monday, November 10th is adjourned at 11:30 p.m.